They tell you what to think, they urge you what to say. They say they're building freedom while they steal your life away. They claim they stand for peace, compliance they insist. They rip apart your human heart and hope you don't resist. Decentralized, don't compromise, be unauthorized. Decentralized, decentralized, got to realize, don't decarbonize. Decentralized, decentralized. They tell you how to vote, commanding what you feel. They sterilize your mind with lies and make their fiction real. They're reading from a script, performing psyop hits. They occupy your conscious mind until you're done with it. Decentralized, don't compromise, be unauthorized. Decentralized, decentralized. Decentralized, got to realize, don't decarbonize. Decentralized, decentralized. You're living in a Truman Show, but only the red pill can know. The things you see are really there, but no one is aware. Decentralized, don't compromise, be unauthorized. Decentralized, decentralized. Decentralized, got to realize, don't decarbonize. Decentralized, decentralized. Decentralized, decentralized. Open your eyes. Open your eyes. Decentralize.
I woke up to silence, but the war had begun. They froze my account, said I'd done something wrong. Wasn't no crime, just living free. Now the system got a chain on me.
They took my savings, my future, my land, with a single code line and a government hand. Said it was safety, said it was green, but all I see is tyranny behind the screen. This ain't innovation, it's a trap in disguise. You'll own nothing, be watched all your life. Genius ain't freedom, reality ain't clear. It's a cage they built while we cheer. I believed in the promise, with a plan, but the same old swamp just changed its brand. He banned the front door, opened the back, signed the bills that launched the final attack. This ain't innovation, it's a trap in disguise. You'll own nothing, be watched all your life. Genders ain't freedom, quality ain't clear. It's a cage they build while we cheer. Your gold, your guns, your voice, your name, they'll digitize it all, then shift the blame. Palantirizing AI chains, freedom dying slow in patriotic flames. This ain't about safety, it's control in disguise. With your ID, your face, your tears, your time, they wrapped it in stars, sold it with pride. But freedom's bleeding out from the inside. DEFCON 1, and they call it peace, but I still got breath. I still believe we can break the code, escape the scheme, turn this nightmare back into a dream. They've been feeding us these lies since the day that we were born, that we need them to protect us, that we can't survive alone. But baby, that's a fallacy, a chain around my mind, been blinded by the promises, while freedom's been denied. Oh, critical thinking broke these chains, opened up my eyes to see the game. No need for rulers telling me my worth. I'm taking back the power that is mine by birth, yeah. This fallacious belief in their control has been weighing down my goddamn soul, but I'm free at last, breaking out of this system so fast. No taxation stealing what's mine, no coercion crossing my line. I'm free at last, free at last. The truth has set me free at last. Government ain't nothing but a cycle, heading toward tyranny. They militarize the police force while preaching about democracy. But fuck that noise, I see the truth now. Their power's built on fear, voluntary systems show another way is here, yeah, yeah.
Critical thinking broke these chains, opened up my eyes to see the game. No need for rulers telling me my worth. I'm taking back the power that is mine by birth, yeah. This fallacious belief in their control has been weighing down my goddamn soul. But I'm free at last, free at last, breaking out of their system fast. No, no taxation stealing what's mine, no coercion crossing my line. I'm free at last, free at last, the truth has set me free at last. Free at last, this fallacious belief is gone. I'm finally free.
In a quiet world, technocracy's rise. Shadows hide the truth from our eyes. Digital chains, freedom's confined. Silent whispers fill our minds. Wake up from this technocratic dream. Freedom calls beyond the screen. Rise above control, reclaim our lives. Awaken now, open your eyes. Stable coins bound in digital gold. Stories twisted, truths untold. In the silence we find our voice. Break free now, we have a choice. Wake up from this technocratic dream. Freedom calls beyond the screen. Rise above control, reclaim our lives. Awaken now, open your eyes. You're not alone, embrace the light. Together we can win this fight. Break the chains, reclaim your dreams. Awaken from technocracy's scheme. Wake up from this technocratic dream. Freedom calls beyond the screen. Rise above control.
Welcome back to the Aaron Day Show, Season 2, Episode 20. Sorry, getting a few last-minute adjustments done here. Hope everyone is well. Just give me a few seconds here, just trying to update this banner at the bottom of the screen. All right, let me see. All right, I guess we'll skip that for now. Anyway, welcome back. We have a very interesting show tonight. A great show. I've been looking forward to this for a while. The last couple of episodes, I've talked about the fact that we're going to have Mike Adams on, and finally, that's going to happen. I actually pre-recorded this interview last week, but we're still going to have Mike's not going to be joining us, but we'll do a live Q&A about the entire podcast tonight, and we'll obviously do our normal interactive group session as well. So there's a ton of content to go through and a lot of updates. I mean, so many that, I actually decided to not even go into this week everything that's going on with the fallout from the Genius Act and everything else, just because there's not enough time, and I don't want this thing to last, too long into the night. I think we went for 4 hours last time. I would appreciate it if you could like and share this. I want to get the numbers up. As you can see, we've got about 400 people live now. Last week, we had over 20,000 people live. So that was by far a record. And that's very exciting to see, because there was quite a bit of follow-up from last week's podcast. Actually, I've done a number of follow-up podcasts. I've done some interviews, even with some people in the mainstream media, which I may talk about a bit more if we have time. But I will say that some people at least, are starting to catch up to what's going on here. We've got a lot of work ahead of us. In fact, I will talk a bit about I've spent about 3 or 4 hours now speaking with somebody in the mainstream media. I won't say who. It's more kind of almost a tabloid-ish publication. I'm not going to say which one, but it's one that would get this information out to millions of people. And there's just been a lot of back and forth just trying to explain. And it's been a very interesting process for me, because the writer has gone back and forth and checked with other, people in the financial press and everything else. She's not a financial press reporter, but wants to get some clarity on some aspects of this. And so, if you're listening to this, you're probably somewhat deep into these issues already, but even explaining something like the fact that stablecoins are backed by treasuries is a foreign concept. Those words don't mean anything to a general audience. So I've spent a lot of time, and I'm still spending even more time, trying to figure out how do you explain this in a way that, the average public that doesn't understand how money works, doesn't understand how the Federal Reserve works, doesn't understand crypto, doesn't understand all the rest of the stuff. What is a way to describe this? Now, part of the conversation in this interview has been about Howard Lutnick. And I do want to say that I do think Howard Lutnick and his firm is probably the single biggest beneficiary of the Genius Act. And I'll explain how. And I'm trying to express just how large scale the corruption is that's going on with this Genius Act and within the Trump administration. Lutnick was the CEO of Cantor Fitzgerald, which is an investment firm located in New York. I'm not going to go into the fact that, it was in the World Trade Center and he happened to not be at work that day, and over 600 employees died. And, he was next door neighbors to Jeffrey Epstein. I'm not going to go down that path. I'll just go down another path, which is, there's no conspiracy theory about it. It's just, blatant facts. Prior to the election, Lutnick's firm, Cantor Fitzgerald, invested $600 million into Tether. And to be clear on this, it's convertible debt. So they didn't actually buy equity. They have debt that they can convert into equity, which means actually, if something happens, if Tether were to get acquired or whatever, they would get paid out first as debt holders, not as equity holders, which is an important point of consideration. So they basically lent $600 million to Tether, which at their option, they can convert. It's something that, is the equivalent of owning 5% of Tether. The reason that they made that investment is so that they could basically get, and I don't know if it's exclusive, but I'm pretty sure it's the exclusive contract to manage all of the treasuries that back Tether. This is basically their core business. And they've already generated tens of millions of dollars of fees on this. So let's look at the progression here. They make this investment somewhere between late 2023 and late 2024. And then Lutnick, who has no prior political experience at all, somehow manages to be the chair of Trump's transition team. So again, why that doesn't even make any sense. This is not a guy that has a background in this. And even if you said, well, he runs a successful investment firm, well, it's not a large investment firm. I mean, it's not, it's not like it's Goldman Sachs or BlackRock. So why is this guy, and there's nothing in his background that says he's particularly talented with respect to recruiting people. So why is he in this critical role? Because that role is involved with the actual selection of the cabinet itself, right? This is a critical position for the administration. So this guy comes out of nowhere and now has this key role. Now, what was he angling for? Well, Lutnick actually wanted to be the Treasury Secretary. That was what he wanted. So think about this. His company has just invested $600 million to manage treasuries on behalf of the largest stablecoin. And he wanted the role of being in charge of the treasury itself, which issues these treasuries. So how about that for, corrupt and strategic planning? Now, he didn't end up getting that role probably because when he testified in front of the Senate, he had to disclose this stuff, which is actually how we know all of this information. He ended up getting Commerce Secretary instead. However, he was involved with selecting the other people, and he's been talking about the Genius Act, and he's been talking about stablecoins from before the election until this very day. He was a strong advocate for the Genius Act. And by the way, I'm probably going to put out a bounty. I haven't decided yet, $100 or $200 in Freedom Dollars or Zano, to anyone that can actually find definitive proof of who wrote the bill. And when I say that, not who the sponsors are, not who the the people in the congressional office are that, are the front for compiling all of this information. I want to know who actually wrote the bill and who designed the bill, but it has his fingerprints all over it. So I'm trying to explain this concept in the way of, the simplest is I've been able to say is, well, okay, we have stable coins or digital dollars, and Lutnick came in and basically pushed policy where his firm could manage all of the real dollars backing the digital dollars, and he's a direct beneficiary of it. It essentially gives him an incredible amount of control over the entire money supply moving forward, which is increasingly moving towards being more trackable, programmable, and censorable. So anyway, that's one aside, but it is interesting talking to reporters and trying to figure out how to explain this information, because to me, it's scandalous. To me, this is far worse than Hunter Biden being on the board of a Ukrainian oil company, and far worse than Nancy Pelosi doing insider trading. So I'll do the housekeeping, and then we'll jump into the Mike Adams video. So I do want to remind everybody that I am writing for the Agris Cipher, which is a great monthly paid publication. I encourage you to go to agriscipher.com and check it out. Great practical advice from people like me, Sal the Agris, John Bush, Derek Bros, and others. So you can use coupon code Aaron5. This is another topic. It's not been a great week, by the way, on the war on crypto, which was supposed to be over. The Samurai Wallet developers have actually changed their plea from not guilty to guilty. And so they're looking at 5 years in prison, up to 5 years, but that also sets a pretty bad precedent. So I encourage you to take a look at that. Roger's situation is still, ongoing. His hearing is moved to October. So, delay. It'll be 450 or something plus days that this is going on by the time that hearing takes place. So, no movement that I know of to speak of there. Ian Freeman. So I went to Ian Freeman's appeal hearing, and it was on February the 3rd of this year. So it's almost August. So it took almost 6 months to get a decision on Ian's appeal, and it was completely rejected. So He lost, and now his only legal recourse at this point is the United States Supreme Court. So that's how that's going. So by the way, and I encourage you, the numbers there are low on the petition. So please go to freeiannow.org and let's help build up those numbers. We need to kind of push for all of these crypto prisoners of war. Perhaps we can still get a bulk pardon or something for the entire group, because certainly the legal side of this is just not going well. I mean, the DOJ has not done the right thing. It's operating completely differently than the SEC. It's operating completely differently than any of the other federal departments that have perhaps in the crypto realm dropped lawfare. The DOJ has not done that. And then the last is Roman Storm, and his trial just ended. It ended yesterday. So the jury is now performing their deliberations. And so we may know as soon as tomorrow. We might have known today, but we didn't. But we might have a verdict in that case by tomorrow. I'd like to be optimistic, but it's the Southern District of New York. I mean, if you've been following it online, this is a common problem with this, by the way. It was a problem with Ian's case as well. Imagine a group of people that can't get a jury selection. Out of jury duty. I mean, if you're a free stater, you want to do jury duty, but that most people do not. Most people figure out a way to get out of jury duty. So, 12 people that couldn't get out of jury duty in the Southern District of New York, you can imagine what the technical knowledge is. And there was a lot of reporting that there was a lot of yawning and everything else as people were trying to make these technical arguments. So I have no idea how it's going to go, but we'll know soon. But based on all of these cases, based on Samurai and Ian, those are definitively bad outcomes. Roger is no movement. And then Roman, we'll see what the court says. We'll see what the jury says, but they never dropped. They should have dropped the case. And by the way, please go to freeromanstorm.com. He needs financial assistance. His legal fees, he's raised millions of dollars. Last time I checked, he's trying to increase the total amount to $5 million. He'd raised, 3.5 or more, but he literally needs more money to be able to just continue to fight the legal battle. And think about this. Who can win a legal fight when I've heard the tactics that the federal government uses. They'll lose documentation. They'll do everything to nickel and dime the other side to drive up legal fees as part of the strategy. So, this is an incredibly problematic situation. So I encourage you to visit that, freeromanstorm.com and donate. There are a lot of events coming up. There's the Polyface Retreat. That's at Joel Salatin's farm. This is going to be a great brownstone event. They're almost sold out of tickets. Last time I checked, they have 400 total tickets. They had, 39 or something left. So if you want to go, this is September the 12th to the 13th, please go to brownstone.org and get your tickets while you can. Then there's the Peak Prosperity Annual Summit, which actually overlaps the Brownstone event, but I'm going to be driving from Virginia to Lake Winnipesaukee for the Sunday. So I'll be there September the 14th, but I encourage you to, consider one or both. Doing both is hard, but I consider, one of either do Polyface or Peak Prosperity. I like both of the events, completely different approaches and target audiences, but Peak Prosperity is Chris Martinson's event. And by the way, I've done a bunch of interviews with him. You might have noticed there, we did a 2-part so far series covering a lot of these issues with the Genius Act, but also the buildup and technocracy and everything else. And so I always enjoy talking to Chris, interacting with Chris, doing interviews, and also participating with his group. So please check out that event and his content as well. We're going to go to Ron Paul's birthday on August the 9th. I know there are a lot of people that are going to attend that. So far I was just in another event this weekend, and I know there are a whole bunch of people from that event attending. So this is going to be, it sounds like quite a party, and a lot of people, getting back together that maybe haven't been as active for a while. So I believe there's still tickets there as well. So with that, again, just as a reminder, this podcast is about the war here, which is technocracy versus freedom. And free will is at stake. literally free will is at stake, our ability to make any decision in our own life. And one of my primary areas of focus is on tokenization as the battleground. So, and we'll talk about that later after the interview with Mike. I'm going to do an update on what's going on with Confidential Layer and Zano, which just launched today. So this is exciting news. You're going to be able to make your Bitcoin, Ethereum, BNB, and some other coins private and spendable. So that just launched today. That's exciting, but I'm going to put that in context as we go through this a bit later. So moving into the Technocracy takeover. So tonight we're going to be talking about AI, and I have about an hour-long interview with Mike Adams. But before I get into that, I wanted to discuss a little bit about the White House AI policy. And then I want to touch on something that Mike and I ran out of time to discuss during the interview, but it's really critically important for people to understand. And actually, before we even get into Confidential Layer, after the interview with Mike, I'm going to talk about kind of a general update on where we are relative to China with technology in general, because Americans are clueless about what's going on. But in a general sense, the government, the Trump administration has outlined a lot of policies. They just announced their crypto policy this week, which just reiterated all of the Genius Act stuff, Clarity stuff, and the ongoing obstructive role of the federal government in all of these areas. And they're doing that in the crypto realm as well. So I want to talk about 5 things that I looked at from the policy that are concerning. One is there's a real chance of an energy blackout coming. And actually, I encourage you'll hear a lot from Mike, but Chris Martenson has spent a lot of time studying this as well. He's been studying data centers and what is going on with data centers for quite some time. I mean, for the past few years, and he's been scratching his head at, what's going on here. And so we're going to be in a situation, and I just saw something that came across my screen, and I'll talk about shortly, where we're going to be running out of energy to fuel these data centers. And so essentially what's going on is, and this is probably one of the big catch-alls that's used for government tyranny and complete violation of the Constitution, is we're in this position where people are now saying, well, as a matter of national security, AI is the huge battleground, and getting to AGI is what the whole thing is all about. And so whoever gets to AGI first is going to win and have a huge strategic advantage. And so as a result of that, at least based on how the AIs are working right now, you need more computational power to be able to do this. This computational power requires a massive investment in energy. And so this is why energy to operate these data centers. And so this is why you're seeing, Oracle and OpenAI with their press conference with the Trump administration and many others announcing these big plans. Well, I talked to somebody, and he may be on tonight, that works, in this field. He's actually a lineman, and does the day-to-day stuff with the electrical grid. And I asked him just today, well, what is your experience? Like, what is the current state of our grid? And he's like, our grid is declining. I mean, we're not only, and there are a lot of reasons, regulatory and otherwise, but he said we're in a complete state of decay. So what's going to happen is these data centers come online, they're going to be taking energy from other projects. And in fact, interestingly, we have a problem with Bitcoin mining, which is proof of work, which uses a lot of energy, versus what's going on with AI data centers. And it's going to hit the pocketbook of the average American in a massive way. So, these are some quotes from these AI action plan. AI challenges America to build vastly greater energy generation. Well, yeah, they're trying to do that, but that's easier said than done, because, we're not in the middle of this. I mean, do we even have the talent to be able to build out the infrastructure? Do we have, even if we decided strategically we want to do this, do we have the people and the manpower to do it? That's another question. The second area on this is all-seeing surveillance eye, which when you read through this, they talk about the fact that they're going to heavily surveil what other countries are doing with AI. And that may sound like a good idea, but the thing is, when you look into it, well, what does that even mean, a foreign country working on AI? Microsoft Tesla, all of these companies work internationally, right? So it's impossible to say what is something that's a US based versus China based. So this is going to end up leading to regulation that impacts us here as well. And it's all going to be done in the name of national defense. We're also moving towards liability shield fortress, creating another liability shield fortress, which I don't know if you noticed, unrelated to this, but it looks like they're doing, a liability shield for people that put, dangerous chemicals into our food supply, like Roundup and everything else. Looks like they're pushing forward with a liability shield there. And so there's a lot of language here about, well, we need to remove red tape and onerous regulation. And I'm certainly never against getting rid of regulation. However, they're going to end up getting rid of liability, and they're going to do it by, again, playing the national defense crowd. And the other thing is, it's all about centralized power. So, I mean, this policy even states that, essentially, if the federal government is involved with AI, we can kickstart things and move it much quicker with the involvement of the federal government, which is frankly an absurd concept. I mean, we're not in the 1950s. This isn't post World War II. This is the United States. The federal government doesn't add scale or efficiency or ramp up anything. And it's certainly going to be the case with AI as well. It's just going to be more top-down cronyism. So, and why are they doing this? Again, just like with the stablecoin regulation and the Clarity Act and everything else, the propaganda is it's all about global dominance, whether it's global dominance with the dollar being the reserve currency and us controlling crypto, whatever that means, us, whatever it means, the United States government controlling it, because there's actually a completely conflict of interest between what the government says it wants and what's actually good for the people in this country. But this is basically the rhetoric that they're using. This is the part that I didn't get a chance to talk about, and Mike and I chatted a little bit after the interview you're about to see. And before I get into that, again, the U.S.-China thing is, I think, a manufactured division anyway. I don't think that it is the U.S. versus China. I think it's one global technocracy that we're moving towards, but they're using the manufactured division to get people scared and to get people to say, yeah, we've got to invest in data centers. We have to put, more taxpayer dollars behind this. And yeah, we need to, it's kind of like we're going to get rid of, with the vaccine, we're going to, any testing, any normal standards, any normal processes, we're going to throw those out the window because it's an emergency. They're going to do the same thing with AI because of this manufactured situation with competing with China. Because again, we trade technology all the time. It's like, Apple gets a lot of their, component parts from Samsung. We apparently do joint bioweapons labs with China. We get a significant percentage of our AI surveillance technology from China. So this idea that we're even competing is all fake, and it's all fake to basically allow them to get permission and support to ramp up the technocracy as quickly as possible. But if you buy this premise that AGI is key, and AGI meaning that, it's the theory is that if we can get to artificial general intelligence, it means that basically the AIs will be, as intelligent or more intelligent than humans, kind of in all areas. And whoever wins in that area is going to have a strategic advantage, because basically everything will function more efficiently under that model. I want you to understand the power implications of this. So in order to get to, based on the general projections on what it's going to take to get to AGI, we're going to have to use 1,000 times the current amount of data center power that we use. So again, our electrical grid is decaying. And even if there's some policy initiatives that say, well, let's improve this, it takes a significant amount of lead time to make that happen. But this is what we're looking at. We're looking at these data centers kind of being all consuming with respect to energy. And one of the things that Mike Adams said to me after was that we've already lost. We've lost the battle over AGI just based on the time frames involved. It will take us 5 to 10 years to catch up from a grid perspective, to even be able to have the infrastructure to be able to get to AGI. We're 5 to 10 years behind. China will hit AGI before that. It's an unbridgeable grid lead. And I know you might, I've got something to show you again after the interview with Mike. If you haven't looked into what's going on in China, this might sound outlandish. They're already way ahead of us in everything. Electric cars, they're ahead of us in robot technology, everything. This isn't something that we're worried about for the future. They're already ahead of us. And this I saw today, although I want to vet this, but I did see it as I was working on the presentation. So this propped up on X. Texas AI centers guzzle 463 million gallons. Now residents are asked to cut back on showers. So I don't know if that's actually true now or if this was actually presented as a meme. So I'm not going to present this as being factual, but it may actually already be factual. But if it's not already factual, this is the kind of thing that you can expect. And by the way, we have a lot of friends in the Netherlands, and we saw that Amsterdam is now having to ration electricity. I don't think it has anything to do with AI. It's more due to failed green energy policies and an over-reliance on solar and wind. But by the way, that is another thing that actually interferes with this entire AI race and energy race. And I want to point out that it's very ironic that these same woke companies that are now building these data centers are the same people that 4 years ago were pushing ESG and pushing green initiatives. So, it's all bullshit. It's all manufactured, and just keep that in mind moving forward. So with that, I'm going to jump off and I will play the about an hour-long interview with
in your work, and I'm just honored to be here.
Welcome back to the Aaron Day Show, Season 2, Episode 20. This is a very exciting episode. We have a terrific guest today, someone who I've gotten to know quite a bit over the last year. And as you know, the show is now focusing specifically on 3 areas. 1, exposing the technocratic takeover. 2, helping people reclaim their free will and their autonomy. And then 3, building decentralized solutions. And so with that focus, I don't know of a single better guest to have that's actually been working on those things for actually a much longer period of time than myself, which is Mike Adams. And if you're not familiar with Mike, and I'm sure you probably are if you're listening to this show, Mike is a tech innovator who has been building innovative solutions based on liberty principles for quite some time. You may know him from Natural News, as well as building out the Brighteon platform. So his focus has been to really just not just talk the talk, but actually walk the walk and actually build real solutions, including Brighteon.io, which is a free speech platform, Brighteon AI, Brighteon Social. And then what we're going to be focusing on talking about today is Enoch, which is his newest project, which is a really cool decentralized AI that is trained on the exact opposite of the data that you're going to find on almost any other model. So with that said, happy to have you on, Mike.
Well, hi, Aaron. Hey, it's great to join you. I'm a big fan of you and your work, and I'm just honored to be here.
Great. Now, I do want to add one other thing. Mike has had me on Decentralized TV a couple of times, which I encourage you to check out that show. That show is one of the most impactful podcasts I've ever been on, frankly, in terms of the actual outreach from the people that watch the show. So it's very clear that you have an engaged audience of people that are actually interested in doing things.
Yeah.
And I want to thank you for everything that you've done also to help support Roger Ver and our political prisoners of war. When you guest hosted Alex Jones, you brought Roger and Tracy on, and that's really gone a huge way. That's probably, one of his biggest, that and the Tucker Carlson interview are the 2 biggest distribution channels for getting this information out. So thank you for all of that as well.
Yeah, and I'm still very hopeful that Roger will be pardoned, because there's no more clear case of political persecution. And it's like all these other people are being pardoned. Where's Roger's pardon? So I'm going to keep hammering that issue until he's free.
Yeah, no, I hope so as well. I'm not going to stop either. And hopefully we can continue to make some noise And I will just say, everybody, check out freerogernow.org if you haven't already. Sign the open letter. He's up to almost 100,000 signatures, so there's definitely momentum there. So, and it does matter, and that's why Ross is free. So I guess to start, you built a remarkable career as the health ranger. From founding Natural News to championing alternative health and anti-censorship causes. What pivotal experiences, perhaps maybe facing deplatforming or big pharma narratives, led you to see AI as the next frontier for preserving autonomy and truth?
Well, I was among the first to be deplatformed, starting in 2014. Even before Alex Jones was banned everywhere, I was banned, and they voice printed me. They banned my voice even on other people's shows. They would get a strike on YouTube if they had me as a guest. So my voice and my likeness was banned. And what was happening was, see, I started in 2003. I started what was News Target and then became Natural News. And in 2006, 2007, I was gaining a lot of traction and really organic popularity with a message of the dangers of big pharma, the dangers of the vaccines, the corruption of government, the corruption of the dollar and the Federal Reserve. And, at that time, I was reading, G. Edward Griffin's books, and I had donated to Ron Paul's campaign back in the 1990s when he was a Texas congressman and so on. So I was in that space, and you got to understand, back in that day, it was very fringe to talk about the dangers of vaccines or pharmaceuticals, or even to talk about cancer cures. How do we overcome cancer? How do we heal? How do we use high-density nutrition to prevent degenerative diseases? And myself, I'm an example of that, because 30 plus years ago, I was borderline obese, type 2 diabetic, chronic pain, all those kinds of things. And now I'm in my mid 50s. And before I came on the show, I just finished a 30-minute run with my dog in the sun with no sunscreen. And I use a phytonutrition that is photo activated. So for example, in this smoothie, this contains curcumin from turmeric, as well as quercetin. And those nutrients are photo activated, excuse me. So if you consume curcumin and then you go out in the sun, the sunlight amplifies the neuroprotective and anti-cancer effects of turmeric. So like these are the kinds of secrets that I incorporated into my life that I was talking about publicly and gaining a massive audience. In those days, it was Mercola.com and Natural News. We were 1 and 2. And then the censorship came. 2014, I began to be deplatformed. YouTube channel completely. That was the day that I decided I was going to start building Brighteon.com to make it a free speech platform available to everyone. So we built that. That took about 18 months, over $1 million easy, as you know what it costs to write effective code. We wrote it from scratch. We don't use AWS. We have our own data center. And then we just kept building other platforms to the point where today, now, after Brighteon.social and Brighteon.io, which is a blockchain-driven, peer-to-peer, decentralized, uncensorable social media platform built on Bastion, by the way. Now we've launched Brighteon.ai, which is a free AI engine that beats every other AI engine in the world on real-world questions, things about gold. I sent you the example of how it answers questions about gold versus fiat currency. But it'll tell you about depopulation. It'll tell you about chemtrails and geoengineering. It'll tell you about the dangers of vaccines and the bioweapons and all of it. It's the only engine in the world that I'm aware of that does that. And it does it expertly. I think, have you had a chance to play around with that engine a little bit?
I have had a chance. In fact, I've got a couple of examples that I can talk about with folks as we get through this, because I've chatted with you back and forth about the struggles that I've had getting information out of other AIs, particularly when I was doing this 40-day fast, where every time I would put something into an AI, even Grok, it would tell me, I'm on day 32 of the fast. I'm having this, this, and this. And its response back to me was, we wouldn't recommend that you do a 40-day fast, and that X, Y, and Z is going to happen. And then I'd go back and say, well, based on what data? oh, I apologize, we don't have any data, but these are the guidelines. And then, I kept on drilling and drilling and drilling. And then it would say, well, the reason there's no data is because the independent review board would probably think that it's too unsafe to even try doing a 40-day fast. So when I pinged you on this, you actually, and this is before you officially launched, you were actually able to give me data back about actual, trials that had been conducted showing improvement in a variety of different conditions. I think it was, ranging from cancer to ALS. I mean, there's been reported some pretty miraculous things that happen when you you don't have to do all 40 days, but when you do that. And so that to me was a game changer, because I experienced personally the inability to get any useful data while doing a fast, other than the information that you were able to put out.
Well, all the mainstream engines have been overtaken by the CIA, just like Wikipedia. So Wikipedia is just CIA-pedia. I think everybody knows that. The CIA runs OpenAI and sets the guardrails. Okay, they set the narratives that OpenAI must repeat, and these are Western narratives that are really important to maintain the power, coercive structure, control grid over the people. They have to repeat these lies over and over again. So what's really interesting about this, Aaron, is that we spent about 20 months building this AI engine, but we had to build it on top of a base engine, and then we had to modify that base engine. So we assessed every base engine, LLM, that existed, everything that was out there, from any country. And we did testing on every engine. The one that we found that was the least infested with CIA narratives was Qwen from China. And so we ended up using Qwen as our base model, and then doing these very difficult, it took us a long time to develop these very difficult retraining alterations, not just fine tuning, not just RAG. For those, your tech audience listening, it's not just that kind of thing. Okay, this is way deeper. We rewired the vectors in the vector database that is, the large language model. And we had to develop some very innovative code in order to do that, and worked with some top engineers around the world to achieve that. It took longer than I thought. We were 4 months late to even deliver it. But now that it's delivered, it just blows everything away. We have 100-question test, real world test about everything from climate and carbon dioxide to currency and freedom and history and vaccines and COVID and everything. Our engine now gives over 87% correct answers. And we tested it on ChatGPT, and it gave us 12% correct. So, but we built our engine for just under $2 million, which is unthinkable in the world. I mean, think about how much Elon has put into Grok, billions of dollars, and Grok still can't answer basic questions as well as our engine. It's crazy, but we're not run by the CIA. So it's cheaper to have, good answers. Think about that, right?
Well, no, that's true. I mean, those overlays and whatever it is that they use to screen the information with the existing models, I mean, that has to be very taxing in terms of trying to figure out, okay, well, now I've got to censor this result. I was trying to play around with the only thing that I like about ChatGPT at this point is that it can do images well, but absolutely. I will tell you, yeah. But I got to the point where I can't use it anymore. I was getting ready for my podcast last Thursday, and I ended up, 10 different images in a row it refused to create.
Yeah.
And these were not overly, I wasn't saying, oh, this vaccine is going to kill you or anything else. I was actually talking about very high level technocratic concepts. I was asking it to create icons. And so, I mean, I got to the point where it's not only very slow, but it's completely unpredictable. For the stuff that I'm using it for, I have a less than 50% hit rate of getting any response back that's not an error. So that's a very interesting point about it's cheaper to kind of to be truthful. It's kind of like that statement that, I don't lie because lying is difficult. You have to keep track of all of this other stuff that's going on. And
that's right.
And I guess that's, taken to a grand scale now with AI and data centers and everything else.
And Aaron, there's something really important I want to mention here, that AI, the promise is mass decentralization of human knowledge. And we are very dedicated to that mission. So the AI that we've launched right now is browser based, which means it is centralized. You're going to a browser, It's non-commercial. There's no ads. You don't need an account. It's free to use. Just go to brighteon.ai. You can use it. However, our ultimate goal, and actually I'm testing this model right now, is that we're going to open source release on Hugging Face the GGUF downloadable models, 8-bit and 4-bit models, and different numbers of parameters that are fully trained, so that you can download those and use them locally. That's been our ultimate goal. In our testing, those models don't yet have the highest alignment that we have in our hosted model. So instead of an 87% score, they're giving about a 50% score, which is still better than the 12% that ChatGPT is giving. But it means that if you ask it a question about, the truth about, let's say, links between COVID vaccines and infertility, you're going to get one good answer for every one bad answer. So it's a coin toss. That's the best we've been able to achieve so far. But the advantage is, again, it's downloadable, it's decentralized. No one can monitor you. You don't need an internet connection to use it. And you can run it on your local GPU like an NVIDIA graphics card. And ultimately, that's where we are going with all of this. And Aaron, what's really interesting, I mean, feel free to interrupt me anytime, it's your show. But as NVIDIA rolls out far more capable, chip systems and tower computing systems that replace entire racks, and I think Spark is their newest system with the Blackwell integrated chip system, we're going to be able to actually train our own base models from scratch to where we won't have to build on top of Quinn or any other model. We'll be able to build our own base model. And what we're doing between now and then is we are building the world's most massive curated data set of input data to go into that base model once it becomes economical for us to do that. And I think that's only about a year away. So that's the future of where this is going. We don't have to depend on any other organization. We can build our own base model with our data set and our worldview.
That's phenomenal. I mean, we talk a lot about on this show decentralization in general, but obviously when it comes to cryptocurrency, this whole idea of self-custody is key. And what you're talking about here is the ability to have a self-custody AI.
That's right.
Which I think is critical for a whole variety of reasons, not only any kind of snooping that might happen from third parties, but what happens if something, happens to the internet or whatever, or censorship at that level. The ability to have all of this information at your fingertips on your machine without having to connect to an internet could be life-saving, actually.
Absolutely. And
to that point, you mentioned something about training it on data sets. So obviously I've been running a whole bunch of different, queries. I mean, one of them was, I think they were trying to push Gardasil or something on my daughter. And so we went to all the different AIs, and of course it gave back the, it's safe and whatever the common thing was. And you gave a different result entirely. But what is the data set that you're training on? Because that's really the magic sauce here, I would think. Well, in addition to the underlying base technology.
You're exactly right. So the data set is the magic sauce. And number one, we've had donations of massive data sets to this project. And I want to give credit. So not only is it trained on everything that we've ever published at naturalnews.com, and it's trained on, of course, every interview that I've ever done, every transcript and so on, but we had massive donations. So Dr. Joseph Mercola donated his entire Mercola.com website, 20 plus years of content, meticulously researched, representing hundreds of thousands of hours of human effort. On top of that, then SayerG donated GreenMed Info. We had Children's Health Defense. We had A&H USA, the Alliance for Natural Health, donated their content. Ty and Charlene Bollinger also donated The Truth About Cancer, every transcript of every interview they ever did, spanning about 15 years. And then on top of that, we went out and got permission from, 50 to 100 different channels of influencers who we respected, people like David Morgan, the silver guru, pro-liberty, metals guy. And we just said, hey, David, we're doing this project. Can we scrape every video you've ever made? He's like, okay, yeah, go for it. So we did. And we scraped a bunch of other influencers that gave us permission and so on. And on top of that, then we went out and we purchased thousands of physical books. And then we had those books scanned and used as base training material, but altered. And just to be clear, our engine does not reproduce books. It's clearly a fair use case. The court's already ruled on this, especially because we're non-commercial, nonprofit. This is our consumer wellness center nonprofit that actually built the entire engine. But with these thousands of books that we purchased and then used for training, we were able to have additional knowledge put into the system. And then we wrote, and this is what took us 20 months. And I've written way more Python code than I ever thought I was going to do. But I had to build a team. We had to write all of these scripts to use AI engines to process the incoming data. So, you can't just take a transcript and feed it into an AI engine, because the transcript, the way people talk, like we're talking right now, it's odd. It's not academic writing. It's filled with ums and pauses and restatements and things like that. So you have to, quote, normalize everything that goes into the system. And what we did, Aaron, that I think nobody else did, and Elon Musk has actually admitted this. He says it's a bad idea to train on the common crawl of the internet because the internet is just full of bunk everywhere. So what we did is we ran every piece of data, every page of text, we ran it through a classifier that we wrote, and the classifier then classifies that according to our construct of reality, how closely it matches our construct. So we actually had human this automated classifier that returns an integer between 0 and 100 of how closely it aligns with that. And then we were able to throw out a bunch of garbage that way and to get the really aligned text and then use that for the training of the engine to update the vector DB. So that's how we ended up with such an effective engine, to make a long story kind of short. Maybe I should have made it shorter, but there you go.
No, that's great. I mean, it's I think a lot of people, well, most people don't actually know how AIs work. And I think this is a big point as well. Most of the time when I hear people talk about AI, even people that I'll have a Q&A at the end of my podcast, most people are usually bringing up kind of a fearful approach, which does make sense given that I think with all technology, I think the fundamental battleground that we have right now is technocracy versus freedom. And yes. and what is at stake is free will. And I think that there are several big battlegrounds. I think tokenization is one. I think AI is another. And I think most people don't think about the freedom side, because what you hear mostly reported through mainstream sources is the technocratic side. But I don't have a pessimistic view. I have a very optimistic view about the future, because I think free will and our ability to make choices can be increased by this technology. It can be liberating.
Agreed.
It can help us to increase the number of choices and the type of choices we make, or it can be used to enslave us where we don't get to make any choices at all. And the AI is telling us what we must think and how we must act. And that's kind of the battleground here.
You've experienced that yourself, right? So as you mentioned in your research, using our Enoch engine, you've been able to get information that is now completely hidden on Google. So Google, when they rolled out their 2017 Medic update, they wiped out all holistic medicine, natural medicine, herbal medicine, everything from their system. And basically every medical question just pointed to WebMD for the most part. So Google became a disinformation engine, or an ignorance engine by design. Just like the FDA wants to wipe out natural medicine because natural medicine is safe, effective, and affordable, so it doesn't support the profit incentives of the pharmaceutical industrial complex. So what AI allows us to do is to now distribute the world's knowledge in a way that's never been possible before. It would have been unthinkable 10 years ago, actually, even to have a 7 billion parameter language model. To think about encapsulating most of the knowledge of the world and have it in a downloadable file that you can ask it questions and it can give you pretty good answers, would have been invaluable. Like any government would have paid billions of dollars for such an engine. Now you get it for free. It's extraordinary. And it's only the beginning of where this is going. So by being a good prompt engineer, and we should probably talk about that a little bit, Aaron, I know you're a very skilled prompt engineer, but the average person is not. They will ask an AI engine a question like, can cancer be cured? Well, that's an open-ended question. That's a horrible question. What you need to ask it, what you're looking for in most cases, is a prompt that's like, acting as a well-informed naturopathic physician with a specialty in cancer and oncology, give me a detailed list of all of the data-backed or evidence-backed approaches to halting tumorigenesis or angiogenesis or halting the growth of cancer, et cetera. Like, you be specific, ask for what you want, and then the answer is going to be amazing. So prompt engineering is the key to serving this and using it for freedom.
Yeah, no, that is absolutely true. And actually, before I got into this whole fight against CBDCs, I was spending a lot of time doing meditation and exploring a whole variety of different fields. And what it came down to is your ability to accurately and truly express your intent is incredibly valuable. And this is where prompt engineering kicks in a big way. And I'm seeing on the website on Brighteon.ai, you have a number of prompt tools. So you have everything from a Enoch text summarizer to daily meal planner and everything else. And it looks like there's some more coming soon. So walk me through this. So are you looking to help people as well, kind of structure some of the prompt engineering?
That's exactly what that is. So for people who struggle with prompt engineering, we just have templates for them, like a meal planner or a shopping guide or fitness goals. How do I achieve these fitness goals? And we're building some new, we call them flows. They're just templates. We're building some new flows because people have a lot of common questions. Like they want to feed in a list of symptoms that they're experiencing, health symptoms. And what they really want to know is, what are the root causes of these symptoms? So we call that the root causes flow. If people just knew how to structure their question better, they wouldn't need the templates. But it's just there as a helping hand until people become better at prompt engineering. That's all. You can do it all manually anyway.
Well, these look great. I mean, I'm looking at this right now. I mean, ingredient checker. I know that,
that's a very powerful one.
Well, it's very powerful. And I will tell you, I've been getting frustrated just by the fact that you really have to check the ingredients, even if it's something that you've purchased in the past, because the ingredients are changing. They've changed pretty dramatically just since COVID. I mean, it seems like they're putting dextrose and maltodextrin and a whole variety of different things into everything, things that it wasn't previously there. So I can see how a lot of these, there's Master Gardener, Personalized Wellness Plan, Grocery Shopping Coach, Natural Supplements and Ingredient Finder.
Let me mention the ingredients checker very quickly, because I think that's one of the flows that it's a multiple prompt flow, I believe. And the way we built that is you enter an ingredient that you think might be dangerous, right? Let's say, partially hydrogenated soybean oil. Okay. Then that queries and says, what are the problems with this? What are the symptoms associated with the frequent consumption of this? And then it runs another query to say, what kinds of foods would this ingredient appear in? Now, I'm not sure if the multi-query is available at the free level. It probably is, but it might not be. I'm just going from memory on how we designed this, but it gives you a full answer of how to avoid it, what foods it's going to be in, and what happens if you keep eating it. So sometimes it's questions that people don't think of to ask. And also there's another way is to enter something that's positive, like vitamin D. And then it will give you symptoms of deficiency of vitamin D. And then it will tell you in which foods vitamin D naturally appears so that you can boost your vitamin D intake. So this is the beginning of what's going to ultimately replace most doctor visits. Honestly, medicine, because a lot of doctors, the way they practice medicine today, not all of them, but the more mainstream ones, they are nothing but algorithms in human form. They're just, I call them sort of, elaborate pharmaceutical vending machines. And there's nothing that they do that can't be done better by AI for the most part.
Well, yeah,
there you go.
Well, yeah, they've been indoctrinated, right? I mean, they're in a way they're NPCs, and then they're also then governed by, most of them now work within hospital systems, and then they have their malpractice insurance. And so they're limited in what they were originally taught, which is, whenever they happen to go to medical school, and then they have all of these other things that are restricting them. And so yeah, I mean, I I don't go to a doctor. I haven't gone to a doctor for a long time, but this is a game changing in terms of the ability to tap into all of these different models, because just being focused on this big pharma based medicine, I mean, again, this doesn't cure anything. So when you go to the doctor, you are signing up for, at best, a lifetime subscription to some kind of medicine. And so this is very exciting.
No doctor can, no human being can have the knowledge that an AI engine has, not even close. And so here's an example of this. I'm known as the Health Ranger. I've been studying nutrition for decades. I'm considered an encyclopedia of nutritional knowledge, but I didn't know something very important. I was actually asking my own AI engine for the best defenses against glutamate, or MSG, monosodium glutamate, which is an excitotoxin that's found in a lot of foods. And I happen to be very sensitive to glutamate, causes headaches and horrible things. So I was asking the AI engine, as I was putting together a narration script for a documentary about MSG, excitotoxins. So I was just having it write the script. And I put in this elaborate query, and it pops out and it says one of the best ways to block glutamate receptors is through a product that we've all heard of now called methylene blue. And I'm like, what? I've never heard of that. I've heard of resveratrol. I've heard of L-theanine. I've heard of, certain amino acids, things like that. I'm like, methylene blue? Are you kidding me? The stuff that, Alex Jones is promoting heavily on InfoWars, like that blocks MSG. So I did some additional research. I found the science papers. Sure enough, it blocks the glutamate receptors. So I got some methylene blue. I took a dropper full. I went out and ate some Chinese food as a test, which would normally give me this horrible headache from the soy sauce and everything. And sure enough, it totally blocked it. So there's an example of something that I learned from my own AI engine, that now I travel with methylene blue in case I have to eat at a restaurant somewhere. I don't want to have an MSG headache, right? So I travel with it, and no doctor would have ever told me that. No doctor. There's no doctor in America that knows that, except for the ones that listen to me, honestly. It's like, no, because I didn't even know it.
Yep.
But the AI knew it.
Wow, that's phenomenal. And and there are so many different new connections that can be made. I mean, this is the whole thing about prompt engineering, is that the ability, if you write the prompt right, you actually ask it to consider combining different disciplines and different approaches, and it'll come up with novel things that haven't even been considered. Which, this is a little bit off topic, but related to methylene blue. Have you included any of the material from Dr. Jack Kruse in Enoch?
Yes, some material from Jack Kruse. But books about infrared and red light therapy, many of those books are in there, and the Body Electric book, also by Robert Becker, which Jack Kruse cites constantly. And I got to credit Dr. Jack Kruse for really waking me up to the importance of sunlight. And that's the reason, that actually is what got me into the photo activated nutrition, which is why I drink smoothies and go jog in the sun, as naked as I can get. Right.
Yep.
I want sunlight on every part of my body that I can get it on without being a nudist.
Yeah. I've been experimenting. I just put these on now, my
perfect
ultra blue blocker glasses. But I've been going through this because I've struggled with my weight on and off my whole life. And I realized, part of it was obvious because growing up, my parents actually followed the food pyramid and all these guidelines. And I was actually at a point where, I was overweight when I was like 10 or something. And they sent me to a doctor, and the doctor sent me to a nutritionist, and the nutritionist said, you need to eat a 0 gram, no fat, completely fat free. They put together a list of the foods I should eat, even recommended Snackwell cookies. I mean, this was in the, in the 80s, right? This is the mid to late 80s. And like, go and buy these Snackwell cookies. And literally every piece of advice that I ever got from the medical establishment was wrong, and it made my problems worse. And so it actually, I find this whole area about circadian rhythms again. And then when you go back and you look at it, it's all like, okay, now I'm spending all this intellectual horsepower to realize, if I just get up and I align my circadian rhythms and I go outside and I don't put cancerous sunscreen on my body and I eat whole foods that are local to me, then, my health will be better. Scientists baffled, but yet at the same time, good luck trying to find that information, because that is not the official narrative anywhere. So,
well, and that's why our engine is trained on it. We literally have the world's greatest collection, curated collection of alternative health, natural medicine, phytochemistry, phytonutrition. And Aaron, there's something else that's really relevant here. I want to say this. You may or may not know this, but my wife is from Taiwan, Chinese conversationally, and because of our Chinese language skills in our family, we were able to discover that the largest amount of research on phytonutrition, plant-based nutrition, is actually written in Chinese. The Chinese researchers and the corpus of research that's in Chinese is much larger than what's written in English. If you try to map out all of the world's knowledge, everything that's ever been written, and I have that map, you'll find that Chinese is a much larger percentage than is English. And of course, the Chinese language is thousands of years older than English. And even to this day, China has far more STEM graduates by far than does America or any English-speaking country. So what we did for this engine is we were able to get our hands on all kinds of Chinese-based scientific papers on nutrition and herbs, things that are actually censored or not funded by the government and the NIH or the National Science Foundation, whatever in America, because all they do is fund like climate change propaganda and pharmaceuticals and vaccines and bioweapons. That's all they fund. In China, they're actually researching herbs because they have a long history of traditional Chinese medicine, TCM. So we were able to take this massive collection of Chinese language research, translate it all via AI into English, and then we were able to normalize the English and extract the knowledge out of those English papers and then use that as a training base for Enoch. So Enoch is the only model in the world that's trained, that's in English, but it's trained on the entire corpus of China's research into natural medicine.
Wow, that's incredible. So do you have any suggestions for maybe some creative prompts that somebody might use just that's playing with it for the first time that might tap into, because this is one of those things where it fits into this is so far removed from people's knowledge that how would they know to even query to find it out? But any tips for how people might start exploring some of that information?
Well, so here's a really great one. I find that people have allergies to things that they're consuming frequently. And instead of trying to solve it, they just live with it. Like, for example, a lot of people consume a lot of dairy or homogenized milk products, and they have sinus congestion or they have constipation, and they don't realize it's related to dairy. So now that wouldn't be the case if they consume raw dairy. I'm a big supporter of raw dairy, by the way, raw milk, raw cheese, etc., which is why the government tries to outlaw that. But a good query is to say, hey, acting as a qualified naturopathic physician, consider the following list of food intake habits and the following list of symptoms that I am experiencing, and indicate any correlations or links between the foods and the symptoms that might exist. There you go. And then you list, here's the list of foods that I eat. Boom, 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 milk, bananas, whatever, Cheerios or whatever people are eating these days. And then here's a list of symptoms. Boom, boom, boom. Constipation, sinus congestion, sleeplessness, whatever. Slam that into the engine. And it's going to give you amazing correlations that your doctor never even pointed out. And then that allows you as a person to say, wow, I'm going to take this food out of my diet for 30 days. Just as an experiment and see what happens. And you can do that one food at a time. Every month you can run a different experiment. Try this food, exit your diet, get that food out of your diet. See how much better you are in 1 month. You can do that month after month. And I guarantee you it won't take long before you nail down what's causing your problems. And AI can help you do that.
Wow. That's a great way to power up the elimination diet for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. In fact, I know some people. Yeah, I'll try that over this course of this week with my kids. Actually, some cool things to play around with. So, how much more is there? A lot more data that you have on the horizon that you want to incorporate?
Yeah, we're working on a very big, much larger data set because, like I said, eventually we want to build our own base model, and so we're prepping for that. And when sort of when we can build a base model for less than $1 million US, we're gonna pull the trigger on that and do it. Right now, it's still about 10 million plus. So maybe a year away. At this rate, with the improvements, Moore's law, microchip density, all that. Probably in a year we'll be able to do it for under $1 million. I can't wait. But we have to have the data set ready for that. And the data prep is actually by far the hardest part in all of this. The world's data is not well organized, and it's a lot, especially in English, a lot of the best knowledge is already off, copyright. But a lot of it is just scans of books, not actually text, but like JPEGs or TIFFs or different formats. Deja vu format is another one. And that is, you have to process all that with OCR. And then, AI is used for OCR, and then the result has to be fixed with AI normalizing the OCR results in order to fix the problems, because there's always problems. So it's a multi-stage process that is time-consuming and very intensive. But we've become quite good at it. We've written all of our own custom Python code. We run our own data center. We've got, last count, 48 workstations processing right now, and they can churn through quite a bit.
Wow, that's great. Yeah, I haven't dealt with OCR for a long time, but it seems to me like correcting the mistakes is probably got to be one of the most time-consuming elements of all of this.
Yeah, absolutely. And have you ever looked at newspapers from the 1950s? And they have like 12 columns on the front page. It's like, whoa, people could read back then. The OCR is very difficult for old newspapers, but we're giving it a shot.
So obviously you've experienced censorship. There's been a lot of censorship. Well, there's always censorship in everything, right? I mean, it's first started with the search engines. And I remember using back in the day InfoSeek and AltaVista and all of these other things. And I remember there was a period of time where search engines were didn't have this huge complicated screen or didn't only search Healthline and WebMD for medical information. And in the AI space, one of the things that I've noticed is I actually think much faster than with search engines. I wouldn't call it, I'll call it self-regulation, but there's still always the threat that it's actually regulation from outside parties. Well, as you said, these are maybe captive to the CIA. Have you gotten any pushback from the authorities about what you're doing yet?
No, not yet, but we're beginning to see some articles that are expressing concern about decentralized AI models that don't follow typical narratives. Now, Aaron, ask our model anything about 9/11, anything. Ask it about what was the real cause of the World Trade Center 7 collapsing, who was really behind 9/11, et cetera, right? That is actually the litmus test. A mainstream engine will just parrot government narratives constantly. Our engine is trained on all the material of, architects and engineers for 9/11 Truth, and a lot of other material, many other channels as well. And so it will give you, great answers. But those are the kinds of answers that make government regimes nervous, because the story that we're told about 9/11 or other events in history, even elections or COVID for that matter, those stories are part of the fabrication of the construct that's necessary to enslave the masses and keep them controlled. And when we start tearing down those narratives and peeling away, the dome of the Truman Show, you know what I mean? Then, yeah, they start to get nervous. Right now, our engine is not well enough known to be on their radar, but probably at some point it will be. And you'll see hit pieces about it. Oh, Enoch tells people to take herbs for cancer. How dangerous, Yeah, it does. Of course. What versus what? Chemotherapy, mustard gas weapons? You're going to inject mustard gas into my veins and call that medicine? No, thank you. I'd rather have like black cumin seed extract. But anyway, you know all about this, man.
Yeah, no, I know all about it. I'm remember. So I think getting to the point where this thing is self-custody, where people can download it, is going to be key. That's obviously going to be a huge milestone on this, because then they can't shut it down. Because I just think about, Jeremy Kauffman, who started library.io, and, he was targeted very quickly. I mean, if anything, if you look at the people on the crypto space that, like Roger Ver and Ian Freeman, and Roman Storm, the people that are still facing criminal charges, these are all people that were speaking positively about freedom, right? And that is at the core what they were punished for. So they basically were trying to find a way to. Obviously, there's so many laws, and the tax code is so thick, they can always find something. I guess we commit 3 felonies a day, but they're like, this guy's speaking the truth and talking about freedom. So how can we go after him today? So it's exciting.
Kauffman, they went after Kauffman based on the way they went after a lot of those crypto people, by saying that it enabled money laundering or things like that, right? So it was financial laws. So we made a very specific decision early on that Enoch would always be free. We would never have a financial relationship with there would never be any advertising. It would be non-commercial, non-profit, and actually owned by a non-profit entity. All of those decisions were very deliberate for this very reason. So no one can say that we're violating some commercial code, because it's not commercial. No one can say we're violating a copyright, because it's non-commercial. It's fair use. It's the very definition of fair use, et cetera, et cetera. And if they were to try to take down Enoch, they would have to take down the entire First Amendment. Now, do they want to do that? Of course, but that's a difficult thing for any regime to achieve in the US. Not that they won't try.
Well, and again, once it's out and once people can have it in their own possession, then it's game over, I guess, from that perspective, which is again exciting. So I know a lot of people are so doom on all of this stuff on Technocracy. There's a lot of people that actually say, well, what can we do about it? They've already installed all these surveillance cameras. They've kind of resigned themselves to the fact that it's game over, which is absolutely not true. And we have tools like this to counter that. We have privacy coins. We have all of these other things. I did run a search. I said, this morning I said, hey, to make it timely, is the Genius Act a backdoor CBDC?
Oh yeah, it won't know that yet. It's not up to date on that news. But it will talk about CBDCs, but it doesn't know the status of the Genius Act.
Well, but it did imply that the Genius Act, based on whatever data that it did have, could potentially be seen as a backdoor CBDC. So whatever it may not have, the information about the passage, but the Genius Act itself obviously has been around for a while, and I will tell you that is not the answer that you're going to get from other models. And I will tell you, it is absolutely a backdoor CBDC. So
yes, absolutely.
I'm encouraged, very encouraged to see that. And so you cover so many different disciplines here that for me it's kind of like a kid in a candy shop. I'm trying to go back through in my own mind, what are all of the things that got rejected that I couldn't get information about from these other models, and I'm going to run it through and see what I can get.
And Aaron, give it about a week, because we're just doing a major update right now with a lot more recent information. That's going to take about a week to put in place, but try it next week, and I think it'll be even more up to date. And there's something else I want to mention too that's very important for those of your audience who want to build their own AI engines. And understand, I fully support that. I don't feel like this is any kind of a competition or anything. I want to see mass decentralization of AI and knowledge. And what you can do is, once we release our GGUF files, like for example, we'll have a downloadable GGUF. It's going to be an 8-bit rendition of a 14 billion parameter base model. It'll be a 14B Quinn that's modified through our process with all of our data set. You'll be able to download that, and just using some pretty simple local Python code, you can actually distill most of the knowledge out of that model into your own fine-tuning data set to alter another model. So what I'm saying is, in other words, you could take the work that we did over 20 months and $2 million, and over a period of about a couple of months, you could locally, with one GPU, you could distill that knowledge and then use that to train some other base model like Ernie or Llama or whatever, and condense our effort into a much smaller effort, and yet get about 90% of the same results. And I realize this. I'm encouraging people to do this. I want knowledge to be shared. I believe knowledge wants to be free. So the distillation step is what a lot of, I think, innovative people will do next with our model.
Wow, that's great. that is very exciting to know. And yeah, learning Python. And at this point, hey, you can use AI if you don't even need to be all that proficient.
Totally.
In Python. So
Totally.
if that even sounds like a barrier, it's probably not a barrier. So what do you see going on with GPUs themselves? I know we were chatting earlier this year, and I signed up for a list for whatever the thing that NVIDIA had announced, and I haven't received any notification that it's shipped yet. Have you?
No, me neither. So we're also waiting on the 50 series RTX cards from NVIDIA, the 5090s and 5080s, which are still for some reason not available in the US. I don't know why, but even that's already obsolete based on their Spark architecture, the Blackwell architecture. So I'm on that list also to buy one of those for like $3,000. You can get a small device on your desk that runs on a regular 120 volt, household outlet, a 15 or 20 amp outlet, which is going to help me a lot because we use so much electricity. It's crazy, but that will replace a whole rack. And I actually did the math on this. It replaces about 35 of our workstations in one unit. That's about $3,000. So my question is going to be, and for those of you who own stock in NVIDIA, I don't own any stocks at all. I don't invest in the stock market. I stack gold.
Yep. Same. Gold and crypto.
Yeah. Gold and crypto, privacy crypto in particular, right? That's what I do. But I can't buy enough of these Blackwell systems. Like if NVIDIA could ship me 100 of them, I would buy 100 of them. You know what I'm saying? Like there's no limit to how many of these I can use to build better AI. And I'm not the only one in this boat. I'm sure Elon Musk has the biggest order in, is like, I want 10,000 of these, but this is what's going to happen. You're going to see a massive increase of computational density combined with a very sharp orders of magnitude decrease in the megawatt hours required to achieve a certain computational result. Right? So the electricity demand in the aggregate will rise, but the amount of electricity for the computational result will dramatically fall. Okay? So that's going to allow people like us to build world-class AI engines completely off the grid with no government permission, no corporate permission. Like we don't need permission or licensing from anybody. We can build whatever AI engines we want using off-the-shelf hardware. That's a dream come true for human civilization.
It is. Are you worried about, well, I mean, there are obviously supply issues. Are you worried about that being the point of failure? Maybe perhaps that's even the point of regulation in the quote interests of national security. All of a sudden they're going to, close off who NVIDIA can sell to. And I mean, they're already working on that with respect to, selling overseas, but do you think there will be tight restrictions, not export controls, but even within the US?
I doubt it, because the US is already falling behind China in the AI race big time. China is leading in so many ways that we could do a whole show on that.
Well, would you mind saying a few talking about it for a couple of minutes? Because I think people are, I wrote a post. I said, look, I think Americans are perhaps the most brainwashed, but I mean, when it comes to these things, if you ask most people think the US is light years ahead in AI. So what you just said is not a generally known idea.
Yeah. Okay. So what Trump has done is, with the tariffs and the banning of sales of things like lithography equipment to China, what they did is they forced China to domestically innovate its own microchip fabrication infrastructure, which it has successfully done. So now China is already on par with NVIDIA Blackwell architecture, with not quite the power efficiency, but with the computational density. They have achieved that. And China is going to exceed what NVIDIA can do very rapidly because they're forced to, because of the tariffs. So in other words, you know how when Trump put tariffs or cut off Russia from the SWIFT system, that was in 2022. So Russia could no longer import, export. So Russian billionaire investors could no longer send their money overseas and invest overseas. So it forced Russia to invest domestically in their own infrastructure. A lot of it is military infrastructure. So what did Russia end up doing? They built Oreshnik missile systems, hypersonic missile systems, anti-air defense systems, steel, domestic minerals extraction technologies and pipelines, to the point where they're manufacturing like 1,000 drones a day right now. That was because of the tariffs. So what Trump actually did is he forced Russia to become more self-reliant, which turned into literally Russian domestic prosperity and manufacturing leadership, which was the opposite of what Trump wanted to achieve. And it's the opposite of what Lindsey Graham wanted to achieve. They're making the same mistake with China. They think if we cut off China from NVIDIA, we cut off China from the lithography equipment that comes out of Europe, that then China will fall behind in the microchip race. All they did actually is they forced China to invest in domestic microchip fabrication innovation. And to the point where right now, China, it looks to me like China's going to win the race to AGI, and also quantum computing, and also micronuclear reactors. So China is leading in like 60 out of 65 key technologies that define the future of human civilization. Everything from rare earth minerals extraction to robotics, and now AI, and applied materials science, all kinds of areas. So, it's a huge mistake to think that you can beat China by cutting them off from the US. The only way to beat China is to revolutionize the US education system and stop churning out woke students and start teaching hard sciences and mathematics and engineering, and start incentivizing smart people who know how to do things. And instead of censoring people like me, if our government were smart, they should be asking me, hey, how'd you do that? How'd you build this amazing engine for $2 million? Because that's really useful. I get censored and blacklisted instead. So that's why. I mean, they have all the wrong incentives. They hammer the people that are the innovators in America. I mean, look at what you've experienced, Aaron. Look at what Roger Ver experienced. Roger Ver, a finance innovation mastermind, and they want to throw him in jail. No, they should be giving him an award and asking him, hey, how do we run an honest money banking system?
Yep.
That's my take.
They absolutely should, and they should with the others as well. But the incentives aren't there. In fact, if you actually look at the history of public education, this isn't something that was hijacked. Public education always had a social agenda, and that social agenda was more aligned, ultimately with creating workers for factory jobs that just followed orders than for encouraging innovation and creative thinking. But hey, maybe you can build you can take Brighteon U and tie it into the AI, and people can create their own custom learning programs. I mean, that seems like a much better.
Yes.
I think the probability of us fixing government education is probably zero, but I think the possibility the possibility of us innovating outside of that system,
that's right,
could be really high, as long as we recognize that that's what we have to do. Well, I'm glad you brought that up, because again, I talk to people all the time about this. I wasn't even kidding when I said, I think Americans may be the most brainwashed. And I say that simply just because there's this delta between what people think the US is versus what it actually is. So for instance,
Absolutely.
If somebody says America is the freest nation on earth, it not according to any metric, not according to economic freedom, we're 26th. We don't even rank. We're not even in the top 10 for freedom of speech. You can go through every one of the lists. The only two areas I found that we are number one are incarceration rate and defense spending. But think about how many people of our own people that we know actually don't know any of that. And literally they have this view. I remember growing up, this is another thing that probably contributed to obesity, but you got to finish the food that's on your plate because of all of the starving Chinese, right? This was an actual thing in the 80s. And so people have still held on to that view. When TikTok was shut down, or was threatening to be, they threatened to shut down, there was that other social media site that came up, which I'm sure it had a lot of propaganda, but it was a different, I can't remember what it's called, Red something. I don't know if you remember this, but it was another Chinese social media site, and Americans were going on there, and they were seeing how Chinese people were living and how people their age were living. And all of a sudden there was a lot of bad reaction. Like, wait a minute. They don't have student debt. Wait, you're saying that they have this technology? You mentioned 60 out of 65 different areas. I mean, this is true even with electric cars. I mean, we see
Absolutely.
think that
battery technology. Yeah.
battery technology, all of it. So it's very important.
Well,
to
and
recognize.
gosh, I guess we're almost out of time, but if you don't mind me mentioning, yeah, Americans, by and large, they are rather brainwashed, except for those Americans who have traveled a lot outside the country, or who have lived outside the country, or who speak other languages. And you know, I lived in Taiwan for 2 years, and I traveled throughout Asia, and I lived in South America also, and so I speak, you know, Espanol as well as Mandarin Chinese, and I think I'm able to take a more of a big picture point of view, and I find that there's a lot of sort of American exceptionalism, which translates into really ethnic racism against Russians and against Chinese. And I'm not saying that I love Putin or I love Xi. I mean, I love America. I'm a Texan. I love Texas. I love our Constitution. I love our founding fathers and our founding principles. Don't get me wrong. But if you don't respect the fact that the Russians built the Kinzhal hypersonic missiles and the Oreshnik systems that are, I mean, we're talking a decade more advanced than anything the U.S. military has come up with. I mean, the U.S. Army, they had a video a couple of days ago. They said, have you ever seen a drone that can drop a grenade? And they had like this toy drone, they can drop a grenade. Like, yeah, that was awesome in 2015. You know, you guys are a decade behind. And they were mocked so relentlessly, by the way, that the Army had to pull that off of Twitter or X. The Russians are more than a decade ahead of the US. And China is the same, more than a decade ahead of the US in all these key areas of technology. And, you know, the rare earth minerals, look at neodymium. Neodymium is necessary for the actuators in the motors of every robot. And also Ford had to shut down their production lines because they ran out of neodymium for the magnets because Trump put a tariff on China. Well, guess what? If Trump puts tariffs on China, the entire US automobile industry will shut down, and it will stay shut down. So, and Trump's living in the 1980s, I guess, or some.
Yep.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I know we're about out of time. So if you have any closing thoughts, and where can people find out about you and find out about Enoch? And then when we're done with that, I'm gonna end this by playing the Decentralized AI song that you.
Oh, cool. Thank you.
Yep.
I want to thank you for introducing me to Suno, by the way, because I've had tons of fun with that AI engine. Okay, so people can use the free Enoch AI engine at brighteon.ai, and Brighteon is the word bright and then EON, brighteon.ai, just like I have on the screen here. Brighteon.com is my video site. I do daily updates, podcasts, and interviews. I've interviewed you. Our Decentralized TV show, all those episodes are found at decentralized.tv. And then my company publishes naturalnews.com, which is all about nutrition, natural health. And Aaron, last comment, we cannot achieve economic abundance if we are all diseased and half dead from processed food and medications and vaccines. So these subjects actually do go together. If you don't have a healthy population, you can't make it in the future of human civilization.
Very well said. Well, thank you for coming on. We could have gone on for hours and hours and hours, but I know you've got to go. But this was terrific. I look forward to hopefully having you on again. And thank you for everything that you do. And I really do encourage everyone to check out this AI. It is game changing if you're actually interested in the truth.
Thank you, Aaron. Really appreciate you and all that you do. Interested in hearing of your projects with Xano and elsewhere. So keep me posted, and I look forward to joining you again.
All right, great. Have a good one. Bye.
You too.
They tell you what to think. They urge you what to say. They say they're building freedom while they steal your life away. They claim they stand for peace, compliance they insist. They rip apart your human heart and hope you don't resist. Decentralized, don't compromise, be unauthorized. Decentralized, decentralized, got to realize, don't decarbonize. Decentralized, decentralized. Decentralized.
I hope everyone enjoyed that interview. Had, as I said, I had some follow-up conversations with him and really look forward to having him back. I do recommend that you check out this Brighteon.ai and actually test it out and use it. It's free to use. But more importantly, I mean, there's an alarming trend going on. I think I just saw something today that YouTube is going to start using modeling to estimate people's ages. And if it comes up with algorithmically that you're not 18, you actually will have to provide an ID in order to get access to certain features. There's a lot going on globally with respect to age-based restrictions and other verification, and particularly in places like the UK, Australia, and everything else. And so, we're not far off now in the US. Now that we have Real ID, which is increasingly digital, there is a future where you may have to have permission to access the internet, which makes tools like what Mike has created and is going to make something that you can have in your own self-custody that doesn't need to be attached to the internet all the more important, because I can see a scenario, particularly with the White House policies on AI and crypto and everything else, where in an emergency, they're going to be able to lock down and censor much more quickly and easily than they did during COVID. And people are absolutely asleep at the switch on this. So please check that out. And I actually want to talk about, we're not quite ready for the Q&A. I had some other things I wanted to talk about that were follow-ups to this interview. And as I've stated in the last few podcasts, I'm working on 3 areas: the technocracy takeover, autonomy reboot, essentially reclaiming our free will, and then the revolution will be tokenized. So building decentralized systems as an alternative to this technocracy. And in this mode of autonomy reboot, people need to first recognize that they've been programmed, then uninstall the programming that they already have. And then, once you've done that, then on an ongoing basis, make sure you're not continuing to be programmed anew, which is increasingly happening by AI. I mean, I think there are a lot of people taking victory laps about how mainstream media is dying. And the truth is that, yes, mainstream media is dying, but it's being replaced by AI algorithms. And the problem with these algorithms is that people think they're free. Meaning people don't think that these algorithms are manipulating them or programming them, which means they're disarmed. And so that is a very significant problem moving forward. And by the way, it also applies to the Genius Act and stablecoins and everything else, which is we're in a situation where technocracy is accelerating and people aren't even acknowledging it or resisting it. I want to talk about something related to this. This is probably the most viral tweet I've ever had. And I was surprised by the reaction because it was just kind of a thought that I had, and I just tweeted it out there and ended up getting, 1.5 million views, 70,000 likes, almost 4,000 comments. And my point was, I'm increasingly convinced Americans are the most brainwashed people on the planet. And I'm sure a lot of you might be, even hearing this, you're pissed off about this. Oh, that can't be the case. America is the greatest country in the world. And the comment section was actually proved my point, because, in those 3,900 plus comments, there were people that were making those kinds of claims. And then inevitably I would pull up the stats. It's like, no, we rank 26th in this. We rank 34th in this. We rank 10th in this. And then I started thinking about it. And then a lot of times you'll have a situation where a boomer will say, or somebody that's older will say, well, this new generation, is subject to woke programming. Yeah. So see, What's Up Canada 2.0 says, I would argue Canada is. And that was a popular comment. To me, I would clarify this by saying, I don't think there's any country that has a bigger delta between what they think they are and what they actually are. There are Americans that think that we are the moral force for the world and should be the world's, police force. And I would argue the opposite. I believe we have no moral authority anymore. I mean, look at this. We're at the point right now, I joked about this, we're going to have political bumper stickers in 2028 that say, my politician was visited Epstein's Island 3 times less than yours, right? I mean, this is essentially how we're going with this. There's no, the limbo stick keeps on going down and down and down. I mean, to the point where it's even preposterous that people consider any of these people or ceding any power or authority to any of these politicians. And I want to tie this into what Mike was talking about with respect to China, because I actually posted something that got not as, quite the reaction algorithmically, I would say, which is, unpopular opinion. Elon Musk basically took all of his ideas from China. He's basically a Chinese wish.com. And the US is behind China technologically. And there were some people that commented on there, well, no, this can't be the case. What about Tesla? What about Neuralink? What about SpaceX? And actually, when you research those things, you found that there were predecessor technologies in China that predated all of those things. You start looking at what's going on with robotics and EV. And Mike even said, from a technological perspective, China is beating the US in 60 out of 65 categories. I mean, how many of you even listening to this would have thought that it's 60 out of 65 that we're losing? I mean, and it's areas like AGI, robotics, quantum computing, right? This isn't something where these are these minor areas. And so I'm going to play a short video clip on this because I've spent, part of today just going on YouTube and looking at where China is with some of these technological advancements. And I think it'd be worthwhile for you to spend some time looking at these, but I'll just play this short clip now.
我们对于一个新的场景、新的任务，只需要数百条采集的数据就可以去做到一个比较好的效果。其实1天就可以采集完。那相比于原来，它可能需要数万条数据。
We want to use general-purpose robots to create unlimited productivity. Just imagine, like one day, in our own robot factory, our robots are assembling themselves.
Tesla sells 1 out of every 3 cars here in China, but now the game has changed. In 2020, Tesla had nearly 15% of China's EV market. Now it's down to around 6%. Tesla in China is having to slash prices again and again. Why is Tesla's market share going down so much here in China? Well, local brands are booming. BYD, NIO, and XPeng are cheaper, faster to update, and made for Chinese drivers. And prices are crazy different, with a Tesla costing around $30,000 here, while you can buy a BYD for less than $10,000. Tesla's lineup is aging. The Model 3 and Y haven't changed much, while local brands are dropping new models every quarter that look pretty sleek. I even went inside some of them at the Shanghai Auto Show, the world's biggest car show, and Tesla did not even exhibit here. And finally, national pride and geopolitics. Some consumers just prefer to buy Chinese right now.
So, I mean, there you have it. Those are just a few of the clips. I mean, I actually didn't. I could have made this part of it 30 minutes long just on some of the stuff that I was looking at today. But most people don't know this. Most people think Elon invented electric cars and that Tesla's dominating everywhere. Tesla's not even. Tesla's lost market share. They're not even winning in Europe anymore. You saw the comment about what's going on in China, but if you're here in the United States, you think that it's the only thing, and that Elon is a god here. One of what prompted me to investigate whether or not Elon might have actually just taken ideas from China and you spun them up here was I knew when he bought Twitter that he said that he was modeling X's and Everything app off of WeChat. And WeChat is essentially a Chinese everything app, which is a basis of a social credit system. So what he's doing with X now, and he hasn't even integrated payments yet, is still far behind WeChat. Well, it turns out this is going on all over the place. So here we are thinking, oh yeah, we're America. We lead in tech. We lead in innovation. It's all bullshit. And so this what I'm talking about right now fits into this narrative of the degree to which we're programmed. If we can't acknowledge, and by the way, I don't even care about America versus China. Again, I think these are all manufactured ideas anyway, just because what we're actually fighting is a global technocratic agenda. So I'm not even sitting here from the standpoint of saying, well, in order for America to win, I'm saying we are that delusional in terms of not understanding the amount of programming and propaganda we have swallowed. And because so many will say, well, this is just the new woke movement and this only applies to millennials. I remember, so think about it. When I went to elementary school, we had to say the Pledge of Allegiance every day. This is the entirety of elementary school. And one student would actually have to come up and lead the Pledge of Allegiance and would actually have to go to the principal's office and he would recite the Pledge of Allegiance into the PA system, and then everybody else would follow along. And I mean, if you read the history of the Pledge of Allegiance, it was written by a socialist, Ralph Bellamy, and actually had what is now known as the Nazi salute as part of the whole process. And then once a week, we would do the Star Spangled Banner, and then we had all of this other stuff about George Washington chopping down a cherry tree, or I don't even remember what all the bullshit was, but we learned it every year, and it was all fake. All of it was fake. I mean, and I'm Gen X, so we are completely delusional on this stuff, and we have lost so much ground in a short period of time. Again, from what's important is from an individual perspective, you've really got to come to grips with the fact that we've been living in a fantasy land, and that we aren't the freest country, and that we're losing ground. But again, all losing ground means is China's going to lead the global technocracy first. But I'm going to be doing a lot more research on what's going on in China and what's going on overseas, because some of this was even news to me. And when Mike had said 60 out of 65 categories, I mean, I knew China was ahead, but I didn't realize to what degree. So even computers, I saw something last week where I didn't even remember what the company is, but they have this new computer that you can, twist into all kinds of different form factors. It could be a tablet, it could be a desktop, it could be something where you could make the screen elongated, touch screen. It does like all of these different things. It's more powerful in a better interface even than Apple. So I'm going to touch more on this point. I'm not going to harp on I'm only going to harp on this brainwashed thing in terms of being able to bring up examples to show exactly how far off the mark we are. So when people say Canada's worse, I don't see, yeah, Canada has the MAID program, where it's one of the top leading causes of death now is state-sponsored, suicide and everything else. There's a lot of horrible things and woke policies, but Canadians don't think they're the moral force for the world. And so we are spreading our delusion everywhere, and we're about to get into a lot of conflicts. What is going on really with the Genius Act and all this AI stuff is we were the leading player for a long time, and we've lost it. We've already lost it, but we're not going to go quietly. And so what they're doing is they're using force to try to protect this leadership position, which by the way won't work and never works, but it's also what failing nations have a tendency to do, and we should recognize it. as well. This is why I believe the political prisoners that we have are still facing what they're facing, because these are the heroes that were actually promoting true American values and true freedom, and actually getting legal opinions that said that what they were doing was legal. Those are the only people that are still being prosecuted, right? If you were doing a meme coin, you're not, and it's because they know we're at the end, and so they need to implement this kind of surveillance and have this level of granular control over money and all of our assets. But it's going to get scary with energy. It's going to get very scary with energy in terms of energy costs, and then how much are they really going to double down on the importance of this AI race? Then it's going to become some macho thing where, well, we've got to be the best in this. And so then all of a sudden, you know, you have to start rationing electricity so that America can be number one in this supposed, you know, race to the death against China. So enough about that. I do want to talk about something in the revolution will be tokenized category. I mentioned it at the outset. It's confidential layer, but I do want to frame this again. And I am working on my book, which will be called The Revolution Will Be Tokenized. I had a great interview with Ernie Hancock last week about this as well. And this is what we're going to be talking about at Ron Paul's birthday. But as I've said many times, every asset will be tokenized. This is the direction that all commerce is moving towards. Right now, commerce uses centralized databases. Tokenization can be an improvement on that because you don't have the centralization and the ability to change, you know, transactions and records, and you can cut down on the trillions of dollars of economic loss every year due to cyber attacks and ransom and database corruption and everything else. But just with the Genius Act and Clarity Act alone, understand that the centralized form of tokenization, where digital tokens that represent assets that can be programmed, tracked, and censored by third parties, by governments and others, that's what's happening with the Genius and Clarity Act. So stable coins it's a tokenized dollar. Now, that's essentially the way you should look at it, because it has to be backed by dollars and treasuries. So you can look at now regulated stable coins as being essentially a digital dollar that can be censored by Congress and that has to be audited by the Federal Reserve. That is what that is. And they're applying that same technology and the same rules through the Clarity Act to stocks, bonds, and commodities like gold, silver, oil, and financial instruments like your 401k and your IRA. So this is what is happening with tokenization. This is not what a future thing that might happen. This is what this legislation is, and this is what it means. It's actively happening right now. So the solution to counteract that is to privately tokenize assets so that they can be traded in a peer-to-peer manner without third parties and without being, you know, on an open ledger where everybody can see what's going on. That's the solution. And we talk a lot about what those applications are. Well, one of them, which I've talked about on the show often, just launched today, which is confidential layer. So this is exciting news. So what can you tokenize? Well, again, you can tokenize every asset on Earth. You can tokenize everything from money to your house, to mineral rights on an asteroid, to your car, to your computer. Everything can be tokenized. But one of the exciting things that can be tokenized privately are other cryptocurrencies, like Bitcoin, like Ethereum, like BNB, like Solana in the future, like TON, which is the Telegram coin. Even Tether itself could be tokenized and made private using Zano. And that's exactly what's happened today with this launch of confidential layer. So I'm going to show you a few screenshots, but then I'm going to play you a short video. So I'll give you a little context of what you're going to see in the video before I play the video. And the way confidential layer works is a pretty simple concept. You say, okay, well, what token do I want to tokenize and make private? And so today, this is what you can pick from: Ethereum, BNB, DAI, USDT, and BTC. Okay, so I want to, you say you have one of those and you want to make those private. Okay, you select the amount of that particular cryptocurrency that you want to bridge. You select which blockchain you want to bridge it into. So in this case, Zano. And then you put your Zano address. And then it goes through a process where You connect your wallet for whatever the coin is that you're trying to bridge, BTC in this example. So then the steps are: you connect the wallet, you deposit your Bitcoin, and then it locks your Bitcoin, and then you request a withdrawal, and then you get out of the other end tokens representing those Bitcoin that you can then claim in your wallet. And so that's very simply what the process is. I'm going to play a short video that hopefully you'll be able to see. This was just put together. This just launched today. I've been working on this presentations. I didn't even have time to do it myself. So I'm very thankful for whoever put this video together so that so we can walk through this now. All right. Well, in any event, can you hear me now? So there wasn't audio with the video. This happened kind of at the last minute. So this was sent to me. I didn't even have a chance to preview it. I was trying to narrate as best as I could, but I think maybe it's possible that the audio wasn't coming through. So in any event, we'll do a better version of this walkthrough. But in any event, you can watch and kind of replay the different steps here in terms of connecting your Bitcoin wallet, and then basically sending in your Bitcoin and locking your Bitcoin. And then pulling out your Zeno tokens that represent your tokenized Bitcoin. That's essentially what went on in that video. I encourage you to check it out. I haven't even checked it out yet, so I will definitely be doing that tomorrow. But this is exciting in terms of what this opens up, which is more than $2 trillion worth of value that can now be made private and spendable. So this is huge for the adoption of privacy. This is huge for counteracting the tokenization that we're seeing with stable coins and with the Clarity Act. This opens up a whole new world of a massive amount of buying power, and I think is probably the biggest development to happen to Zeno. I think the Freedom Dollar is another one. So the two of those combined, that the fact that we now have, I'm seeing here in the comments, interface would be greatly simplified. in the coming days. So I'll hold off on doing a fuller tutorial on that until the new interface comes out. But this is a huge development that's going to be able to, fix some of the big underlying problems with these transparent chains and really, really open things up for Zeno. And, again, the beauty of this is that every time you use the tokens that are created on Zeno, so when you're using Freedom Dollar or you're using your Bitcoin or Ethereum or BNB or whatever that's been tokenized on Zeno, that's burning fees. And so that's decreasing the supply after a certain point of Zeno while the demand is increasing. So that to me is the big use case and the big, underlying bullish case for the price, that because it's actually separate from speculation. Not to say that there won't also be speculation on top of that, but it isn't just based on number go up. Number goes up because people are using it. Well, why are people using it? Because people need to privately tokenize assets so that they can trade them and not get stuck in this CBDC system and this centralized system where governments around the world can shut off and program all of your assets, not just your money. So that's the exciting case for Zeno. So I look forward to people testing that out a little bit more. And at this point, I'll open it up to kind of the Q&A side of this. I was a little, I wanted to prepare for this a little bit more. Unfortunately, I had a death in the family and ended up at a funeral yesterday, and I'm not going to go into all of that, but it's been a pretty tough week. And so, moving forward, we're going to schedule this better so that we can have guests on and everybody can properly calendar and pencil this in. So I'm grateful that I see Dan has showed up, and anyone else who wants to show up. To me, this little group chat thing at the end is one of my favorite parts. And usually, there are several different takeaways and things that I learn from them that just completely wasn't expected. So I've just put the link to StreamYard in the comments. So if you want to join, by all means, obviously, I'm not heavily censoring this. So far, we haven't had any problems with anybody abusing this. The whole point is to just have some intelligent conversation around not just this podcast, but I'd say, keep it to the extent that we can, the broad categories of the technocratic takeover and autonomy reboot, and the revolution will be tokenized. I see Sky Animates love joining, but have to bow out tonight. No worries. I saw I Am, who I have not seen in weeks and was worried about. He was on and then said he'd come back. So I hope he does come back, because I'd love to hear what he's up to. But I see Dan is up. So let's see. Dan, are you there? I might have to DM him here. Dan actually works in the in the power industry. So I was actually chatting with him today about his hands-on experience with what's going on with power generation and prices and capabilities of the grid and so forth. So I hope when he pops up, we can chat about that as well. See, Gone Batfire is here. Hello.
Hey guys.
Hi.
So I'm from the Decentralized team. So if anyone has questions about conventional layer, then I'm happy to answer.
Oh, great. Yeah, I think we're going to we'll probably with more advanced notice. I saw from the comments, once the interface is streamlined, it'll be great to do probably a dedicated broader segment on how all this works. So it'd be great to, if you're able to come on for that.
Yeah, for sure. I just put that video together really quick, but yeah, in the coming days, the process will be simplified and it will really be easy to use for anyone.
That's great. Well, this is exciting, right? I mean, this has been in the works for months, and you know, we definitely want to get the word out on this as soon as we can. So as many people, there are a lot of problems with Bitcoin. There are a lot of problems with the tracking. There are, people being physically harmed. There are a lot of issues going on here, and so this is an important solution and really timely.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, I mean, I may have a few questions. I mean, how much do you know about like the timeline with confidential layer and when maybe some of the other blockchains might come on? I saw that Solana is on the list.
Yeah, so Solana and Ton are next. I don't know what the exact timeline is, but I can already see the code there. So they already made a lot of progress. And they also announced a little while ago that they want to implement Bitcoin Cash. So I'm guessing that's probably the next one.
Okay, well, that's great. I mean, that's and now I saw just from the brief screenshot, you can't bridge USDT into Zeno, can you?
No, because that's due to USDT being able to be frozen. So the risk there is that Tether, for some reason, maybe they don't like confidential layer or they don't like Sano, they could freeze all the USDT on the bridge. So that's why it's not allowed to prevent that. But you can breach decentralized stablecoins like DAI.
Great. That's a great point for anyone that's listening. And you should be concerned about Tether has been frozen. This has been an ongoing situation. Both even before the Genius Act, USDC and Tether have been working very closely with law enforcement all over the world. And all you have to do is Google it or go onto Twitter and just search, and you can see a long list of examples of where these stablecoins have been frozen. And now it's ratcheting it up. Now it's going to the next level. So, I mean, at least with DAI, if I'm not mistaken, DAI is an algorithmic stablecoin. So you're also not, funding U.S. debt or buying U.S. treasuries because DAI is not backed by U.S. treasuries or dollars.
Right.
And so that's another huge advantage that people really need to understand. I mean, this stablecoin legislation is all about adding financial surveillance, and it's all about funding debt based on the hype of stablecoins. And so my guess is if you're listening to this podcast, you're not excited about $2.5 trillion in additional debt every year and what the U.S. is doing with that debt. And so so that's great that you can bridge DAI into Zeno. And of course, there's also Freedom Dollar, which you can use, which is a privacy stablecoin that is built on Zeno and backed by over-collateralized Zeno. So this is great. So we've got more options, and we have a ton of new buying power and capacity coming into the network. So this is really exciting. And for those of you that have been following me and following Zeno, this has been the last 90 days or so. I mean, we now have Cake Wallet, Bitcoin.com wallet. We have Edge Wallet. We have Confidential Layer. We have Freedom Dollar. We have ZanoX.io, which if you haven't checked that out, you can buy gift cards directly with Zeno. There is a $55 minimum, as my son pointed out to me recently. So if you want to do something less than $55, you need to use Monero or something else. But still, you can do that. You can actually buy Zeno directly. There's a lottery that's available through ZanoX.io. So if this is another scam, lotteries. And you probably will see those memes. I saw some meme where somebody won, $200 million or something, and they only took home, 33% of it in a lump sum payment after taxes. And so, this is one of these things where they rip you off anyway. The payout is a small percentage of the amount collected, and then the IRS takes 2/3 of what's left. And so, you're not necessarily actively promoting gambling here, but if you're going to play a lottery, at least do one where you're going to get a decent payout. You're not funding the government and giving all your money to the IRS. So, and then there's some other things. There's Zano Bay, which is a P2P marketplace on Zeno that I encourage you to check out. And I know there's a lot more, so many projects going on now that I'm not even on top of it all. I've created my plugin for WooCommerce, which I'm in the process of updating. And as I said, I'm going to be launching an incubator based on this idea of the revolution will be tokenized, where I'm just going to start giving people the business models and maybe even prototyping some of these things. I just want these things built. It's not important that I own them, but it is important that people have concrete examples of the kinds of things that you can build. Everything that exists in the centralized world can be recreated and needs to be recreated privately. That's the way that we actually win this technocracy battle. So people will say to me, well, I'm worried about moving into these alternative currencies. How will I be able to make money? And the truth is, I've never seen a bigger opportunity to create a new business. And you could create the ones that I'm excited about, that I will build if no one else jumps in and does it, a marketplace for medical tourism and medical services around the world, a marketplace for food to connect farmers all over the world. You could create a private exchange for stocks where you can buy and sell and trade ownership in small businesses. Again, we're not going to apply this technology to Walmart or the existing companies. They're bought into the existing system, but everything else can be recreated. You could create a loyalty program using tokens built on Zeno. Again, it's endless. Patrick Byrne had identified when he was doing Overstock.com and decided to move into the blockchain space, they identified 160 different market opportunities that could be tokenized and moved away from the centralized systems with all of the third parties and all of the corruption and everything else involved. I'm actually trying to get Patrick on the show to talk about what happened with Overstock. I've been going back and forth with him to not only talk about what happened, but also to share what some of these tokenization opportunities are. He created this blockchain tech stack for human civilization. And the idea is that, if everything crumbled around us, if these big institutions that, people put their faith in all fall, you could build a blockchain tech stack for human civilization where you could kind of hot swap into something else. You could have a replacement for capital markets, a replacement for the supply chain, a replacement for voting, a replacement for all of these different functions. And it's true because everything runs on centralized systems that are corruptible and that have multiple third parties. So everything runs like that. So now that's how big the opportunities are to create on Zeno. And by the way, they're just not opportunities. They're actually absolutely necessary at this point. And I'm doing my best to try to figure out how to explain this urgency as much as possible to people that aren't even aware that there's a problem or actually cheering on the tyranny, not knowing it's tyranny. So anyway.
Yeah, and even this week, the biggest non-KYC crypto exchange went down. So that would be Trade.org. And that's not a new thing, because governments have been cracked down on exchanges that don't ask for your ID. And one of the things that confidential layer enables on Zeno is that any token that you breach, so Bitcoin, Ethereum, whatever, can also be used on Zeno Trade. So that is a decentralized private exchange. So then you open the possibility for completely decentralized private markets right there, without asking permission or without requiring custodians.
Yep. I mean, that's a great point. And by the way, with these point of sale systems as well, this is one of the reasons I've been so passionate about the point of sale system thing, because if we can enable merchants, there are something like 8 million WooCommerce sites. That might be wrong, but I thought I read that somewhere. 8 million e-commerce sites that are powered by WooCommerce. Well, now you could use a plugin, and right now it's just set up for Zeno, but moving forward, I'm going to add these bridged assets as well. So you'll be able to actually spend your bridged Bitcoin and Ethereum and all of these other things. You'll be able to buy and sell things through those using the privatized version of it. So this is really the way out. And this confidential layer announcement just added all kinds of liquidity and buying power to the system. So I'm really excited about it, and thank you for coming on, and also thank you for putting together that video. I don't know if even my voiceover came through. It sounded like there might not have been any sound, but I hadn't actually watched it yet, so the voiceover probably wasn't even that helpful and possibly not accurate.
Yeah, no, we couldn't hear the voiceover actually.
Oh, okay.
It was just...
Oh, maybe that's worse. So I will take a look, and tomorrow I will, of course, actually use it. I wish I had time to do it before this today, but I'm going to actually use it myself tomorrow and report back.
Yeah, I think just over the following days, the experience will be a lot more polished. So yeah.
How many trillions of dollars are on the in the marketplace right now that are going to be able to be used through confidential layer that wasn't able to be used before confidential layer? Are we talking 9 trillion, or is that less than that?
I mean, it looks like 2.9 trillion. If I look at the market caps of Bitcoin, Ethereum, and BNB, then that's, whatever, 2.8, 2.9 trillion just with those 3 coins.
Yeah, and then you have to take into account the ecosystem inside Ethereum, for example. That's another freedom answer, I'm sure.
Yep, that's a great point. So
yeah, but I think that as governments continue to crack down on non-KYC exchanges, people will seek for decentralized alternatives. And even the current decentralized exchanges, they are not private, but they are not good at being exchanged either, because of the fact that they are not private. There are bots on Ethereum, for example, that monitor your trades, and they manipulate them because it's all public information. So because of lack of privacy, current decentralized exchanges are not even efficient. So that's another issue that gets solved by privacy by default. And so yeah, I think there will be all kind of new publics interested in this.
Yep. So I encourage people to, maybe wait a couple days. It does sound like every time something, launches, there's obviously bugs to work out. And I can't even imagine how complex the tech is underneath the hood on this. I mean, just from what I understand about how it works. So there may be a few kinks that get worked out, but this is absolutely a game changer for privacy and for Zano. I mean, and look at what's going on right now with the Samurai Wallet guys now have pled guilty, and what's going on with Roman Storm with his verdict tomorrow. The government, anything that's a optional privacy tends to be somewhat problematic. The fact that this is just a decentralized protocol is really important. It's incredibly important, and it, as you said, with the crackdown on centralized exchanges, this might be a mission critical piece to having any chance of stopping the growth of technocracy.
Yeah. And it even enables more paths to acquiring Zano and soon other privacy coins, which is the main thing the governments try to crack down on.
So,
yep,
Aaron,
absolutely.
As far as the point of sale systems, what exactly is the time period to be able to start getting local merchants accepting Zano instead of credit card payments at 3%? Would local merchants, they wouldn't have to pay that 3% anymore? Wouldn't that be an attractive feature?
Yeah, it would. I don't even know if it's so much about the 3%, because the issue you're going to run into is, okay, well, what am I going to do with the cryptocurrency? And there are other issues with this. The target audience for this is for people that do you want to be able to continue to sell your products or not? Do you want to have the freedom to remain in business? That has to be the point of it. Not to say that it isn't going to be less expensive than the credit card processing fees, but the more important thing that that people should be alarmed about is how money is becoming more programmable and how that is going to be weaponized. If you look at what happened with COVID, it killed small business. And now that the US Congress has control over stable coins, in an emergency, the ability to say, hey, you can only use, we're going to give you a stimulus check, but you can only use this stimulus check. It's like programmed like a health savings account. You can only use it at these merchants. Like and I know it's tough to explain, which is going to be the hardest thing to work through, because people don't know how the existing thing works, let alone the difference between a CBDC or a stable coin or any of this other stuff. But it's important that we onboard people that do understand first, so that, we can start building these things out. Now I've got to work on the plugin. Confidential layer just launched, so I have to, figure out how to integrate. I don't think it's going to be hard technically, because it's just a token built on Zano, but I've got to do some work there. And I need to hire a dev to work on all of these incubated projects, because I already know what the problem is. Like, I'm traveling most of the time, and it's like, if I've actually coded something, which I'm not the greatest coder in the world, if there's a problem with it, then, what am I going to do? How do I allocate my time? So, but I'm not ready to talk about that. In the next couple of weeks, I will, on one of these podcasts, kind of explain my plan moving forward and try to start recruiting people, but I don't have the specifics on that. But I know, Dan, you said you had a merchant, and I think that's exciting. The thing that's exciting about, I think freedom dollar is probably going to be the most important thing for the merchants that you're talking about, because my guess is they're not going to want to have the volatility of price. And the truth is, it's like there's not a lot of buying power. If you took just Zano has a $140 million market cap, and if you sign up a local retailer, what are the chances that there's a huge concentration of buying power with Zano in their area, right? It's not very high. I mean, they may have at most a handful of customers. So what you're going to want to do with a point of sale system is allow them to be able to take any of a number of different cryptocurrencies, but then they're going to want to get paid in just one crypto. I've gone through this experience over and over again. I've yet to find a merchant that is excited about the idea of managing multiple coins in a wallet, because then what are they going to do with it? How are they going to pay their vendors? Now it's like everything is a swapping transaction, at which point it actually isn't cheaper than using MasterCard or Visa, because you have to pay fees every time you do the swapping, right? So I think one of the things that I was working on in the design of the plugin is kind of like we did with Neil, where he'll be able to take a bunch of different cryptocurrencies, but then there will be one swap that happens, and the merchant will get paid in freedom dollars. So that way they have the stability of the dollar, and then you can do whatever they want with that and don't have to manage, multiple coins, but then they get the buying power of all of these coins. So the combined power, now you can get Bitcoin and Ethereum and XRP and Tether, all of that buying power, which gives you more potential customers.
That's good stuff. I remember listening to Ian Freeman over the years, and he was always on the air talking about spreading the message of cryptocurrencies and Bitcoin. He was always trying to get local vendors. I believe in Keene, New Hampshire. I've never been there before, but apparently he had most of the businesses there registered. Since then, I think less crypto adoption is actually going on now than when he was actually talking about this 7 or 8 years ago. So maybe the freedom dollar is a game changer in this field.
There's been a significant drop off in crypto adoption, and in part there's Bitcoin was hijacked, and that's a different story. But the real adoption that was happening for using crypto for peer-to-peer transactions was happening up until about 2017, and then the hijacking happened. And then here in New Hampshire, there were a lot of the merchants that Ian signed up. They were using a point of sale system called AnyPay. And when Ian was raided by the FBI, the people behind AnyPay were also raided. They didn't have a warrant, so they're not in jail, but they just left and kind of abandoned the project. So this has been a problem with point of sale systems. And by the way, it continues to be a problem. So, if I create a plugin or something, it's just open source software. Once you get into becoming a corporation that does point of sale systems, then we know what happens with that. This is BitPay is the largest point of sale system. And I believe they still are the largest crypto point of sale system. But they don't deal with privacy coins at all. And now it's heavily regulated. And the last time I checked, when I ran for political office, I couldn't even get anybody to respond to me, and they weren't taking new merchants. So everything's kind of locked down. And that is inevitably what will happen with any solution that is controlled by a centralized corporation, which isn't to say, so it's kind of like we're in this wild, wild west point right now where there are different services that you might use. Like, it would be great if people didn't have to use any centralized exchanges at all, but that's not, and that's what we're trying to move towards. But certainly if somebody wants to get onboarded, in a big way, there's still a need for exchanges. And then you want to get through the exchange and then start getting into these private alternatives. So there's some temporary measures there, and we're going to need some of those for a while. But I from my personal perspective, I'm not looking to get involved with anything that actually has even a centralized corporation, because it's such a point of risk and easy regulation.
Yeah, absolutely.
So with this whole Trump administration, pro crypto, pro Bitcoin, now they're using civil asset forfeiture to create the strategic Bitcoin reserve. I would say that that's the complete opposite of freedom. And is anybody else looking at this in any which way from in the crypto world the same way? Or it seems like the general consensus is that this is a good thing. I don't see it that way, though.
Well, so it's problematic. This is why when I was on the LP Mises Caucus thing that, thank you for setting that up, by the way. And I was chatting with them, and, if there's anybody that should be interested in sound money, it should be the Mises Caucus. And when they were preparing for the interview, the guy said they went through like the first dozen articles and kept on going through pages and couldn't find anything that was against the Genius Act. And I think that there are many reasons for this. One reason is that the tragedy is, and we know people like this personally, if you were early in Bitcoin and you're still calling it freedom money and you're buying into these arguments, it's all just number go up. And at some point, a lot of people have traded their principles for an increase in fiat. If you got into crypto post 2017, the truth is you just don't know anything about the history behind it. So it's just a lack of information. And unfortunately, the people that would be the best at communicating the history about this are themselves either in prison or facing prison time. So I don't necessarily blame those people. I don't blame somebody that's post 2017. I mean, they should think more critically, but at the same time, if all you're getting is propaganda and you can't even find alternative information about the topic, and everybody from, you've got these events where multiple presidential candidates are taught, which by the way, I've learned a lot. Some of it I can't talk about, but about how even some of these political candidates got onboarded to this. The political candidates don't know. Do I think that Trump knows about Bitcoin being hijacked? Do I think RFK Jr. knows about Bitcoin being hijacked? I absolutely do not, because I know the people that are surrounding them. So at this point, if you've got, the president comes up and says, well, this is a national security issue and we're going to be America and we're great and we have to lead in this. Well, okay, when you go to do your research on this, what are you going to find? What are you going to find when you search this up? And then knowing that the position that Bitcoin maxis have taken has been to censor people. They don't actually engage in debate. I learned this when I wrote a short review about hijacking Bitcoin prior to having him on my podcast, and then immediately got blocked by Michael Saylor and Safey and Samson Mao and most of the Bitcoin core developers. They just immediately blocked. In many cases, there was no engagement with me at all. There's an actual GitHub that lists accounts to automatically block. Max Kaiser's blocked me. I've never interacted with Max Kaiser before. Why? Because they have adopted an explicit strategy of we're going to ignore opposition. And the sad part about it is it works, right? So you may have the right answer, but if the other side controls the mainstream media, they control the large politicians, and then they're organized about using censorship and blocking, then frankly, it's very difficult to get the word out.
Yeah, it's been that way since since the block war discussions.
Yep, it has. And in many respects, it's gotten worse. And I got to be honest, it pisses me off. I mean, what's happened to Roger is, I mean, it's more than pissed me off, but I mean, it's so frustrating to watch. But then to know that, I know that there are some, well, actually, I don't think any of these politicians necessarily have good intent, but I do know that some of them just are unaware. This is why government shouldn't be involved in these kinds of decisions anyway. But I don't know that there's necessarily malice, and a lot of it's opportunism. Some of it is malice. There are some bad players. Howard Lutnick is a bad actor. There are many just overtly bad actors in this. I said this at the beginning of my podcast. Since last week's podcast, which went, I mean, we had over 20,000 people live, and then I've done a whole bunch of other podcasts after that, and I've even had a few mainstream media ish interviews. And there may be some opportunity with Howard Lutnick to explore how utterly corrupt this process is. I mean, Howard Lutnick, his firm invested in Tether prior to the election. And then with no political experience whatsoever, he got the most powerful position of being in charge of Trump's transition team, which meant he was in charge of vetting who would be in Trump's cabinet. So he was responsible for the selection process of the entire cabinet, and then pushed himself to be the Treasury Secretary. That was actually what he originally wanted. So think about this. He put $600 million in Tether in exchange for getting an exclusive contract for his firm, Cantor Fitzgerald, to manage all of the treasuries for Tether, and then tried to get a job as the Treasury Secretary where he would be the one issuing the treasuries. I mean, my God, like that again, find me even a Clinton or a Bush or a Biden that's done anything that's at that level of just overtly corrupt. And we're not even talking about just self-enrichment. This is about having a big influence over the money supply of this country. Right? I mean, that's how much control this guy is in the position. So they put in $600 million just because of the fees that they can make off of backing these treasuries. Well, I will tell you, I was talking about this on this podcast months ago, like at the very beginning, actually, of the administration. But when I talk to people in the media about it, there's so much to unpack. They don't understand what any of these things mean. What do treasuries mean? I talked to somebody that for 3 or 4 hours, they've interviewed me, and, just for essentially for a couple of sentences, but then they're having to get what I'm saying vetted by other financial journalists, and the other financial journalists don't know what this is. Nobody understands this stuff. And most people believe the hype. And then there's this thing where, well, the Wall Street Journal said that, Tether is the big loser from the Genius Act. Like, I don't care what the Wall Street Journal knows nothing about cryptocurrency or stable coins. I mean, I had a brief interview, which I didn't follow up with, but there's nobody there. The background of these journalists is not steeped in a direct understanding of how cryptocurrency works. So I told him, like, I don't care what this journalist said. Let me lay out for you why Cantor Fitzgerald and Howard Lutnick are the big winner in all of this. It's now the government policy to support stablecoins. Stablecoins have to be backed by treasuries. His firm manages the treasuries. This isn't hard to figure out, but it is in a way. So I'm struggling with that. I'm actually kind of working on content. I mean, we have this content, but it's like, okay, well, how do we get, millennials versus Gen Z? What's the right breakdown of memes versus short video clips versus long video clips versus long articles versus books, right? It's a lot of this all comes down to time management and figuring out how to have the most impact. And it's not easy is the answer. And it's a very interesting to look at what the challenges are by generation in particular. Because there isn't one coherent message, right? You actually do have to package this content in a variety of different ways. And unfortunately, we don't have time. The one thing I want to stress the most is always urgency. It's like we've lost ground. People thought that I've heard people recently say, well, at least with Trump, we bought time. We did not buy time. We've lost time. We now have a digital ID through Real ID. We signed up for Patriot Act 2.0, which is part of the One Big Beautiful Bill. We just did a backdoor CBDC with the Genius Act, and then we're going to tokenize equities and commodities, stocks, bonds, and commodities with the same KYC as stablecoins, and then put that under the control of government. That's not buying time. That's losing years worth of time. Harris wouldn't have been able to do this. And I'm not saying it would have been better if it doesn't matter which one of them was elected. But the problem that we have right now is people are complacent and uninformed. And boy, propaganda is, as I said last week, I actually watched the House debate this, these talking points. So we don't want to be like communist China and everything else. I'm like, you guys in Congress are the ones that write all of the financial surveillance bills, not the Federal Reserve. I hate the Federal Reserve, but the Federal Reserve is not proactively initiating financial surveillance. All of it comes from Congress. This is why I'm going to try to start saying that CBDC now means Congress-backed digital currency. I don't care. Then fight me over what the name of it means, and then we can have a conversation on why it's Congress that regulates this stuff and not the Federal Reserve. But then I always have to say, but I'm not defending the Federal Reserve. You have to separate money and state. But nevertheless, Congress, these guys really are the bad guys. And some of them are so stupid, they don't even know. Ted Cruz put in an anti-CBDC bill. I talked to him about it. It's like, we have to put in an anti-CBDC bill so that the Federal Reserve doesn't preemptively create a CBDC. It's like they can't do that. It's not, that's pretty clearly prohibited in the Constitution, but I'm like, didn't you reauthorize parts of the Patriot Act that actually added financial surveillance? And he might not even know, by the way, right? Part of the problem with this, these bills are so big that there are people that have signed off on, the Patriot Act and TARP and the CARES Act that are still in Congress, and they don't even know what was in it. Even still, years later, they don't know what's in it. That's how difficult this decision is. Like, you're not going to influence these politicians, but these politicians don't even know what it is that they have personally already voted for. So this is the challenge ahead. But again, as long as we're building, we have to in parallel build the solution. But I think one of the biggest problems that we have is it's like everybody should automatically be using Zeno, but there are a lot of people, younger people, that don't even value privacy. They don't know why they should value privacy. This is why I spend as much time as I do trying to explain what technocracy is. Because once you understand what technocracy is, assuming you still want to have any degree of control over your own life and making any decisions at all, then you should be interested in looking at alternatives. But most people are not aware of the threat.
So,
Right.
got one more question for you. Executive Order 14067 was reversed by Trump when he got elected. That was the reversal of the CBDC law that Biden made. How come Roger Ver, Ian Freeman, and other crypto guys are still in prison, even though that was repealed by Trump?
Well, so the interesting thing is that executive order authorized the U.S. government to pursue a CBDC. And actually, I was watching some of the people in the House saying they didn't want the new anti-CBDC law because we should be able to research CBDCs. The joke about all of this is that they've been developing CBDCs since 2018 and they've actually launched 3 pilots. I mean, we have something called Project Hamilton, which is a retail CBDC that does 1.8 million transactions per second. They actually built it. It was the Federal Reserve of Boston and MIT with some Bitcoin developers. I mean, it's just, so we have Congress sitting here saying, well, or Biden passing an executive order, well, we should explore this. And then you'll have the Federal Reserve saying, well, we don't even know if we want to explore it, when the reality is they started building it in 2018. So, the interesting thing is the part of that executive order that was the least impactful was the part about building a CBDC, because they actually didn't make any new progress on that. But what they did make progress was on the whole of government crackdown on crypto. The problem is that they're still, when you look at what's in the Genius Act, they've just added a whole bunch of regulation. They've added a bunch of oversight. So while they're not pursuing the lawfare in the same way, they've just constructed a whole series of laws that they will still prosecute under. So it's not like nobody's ever going to be arrested. They've just added a whole bunch of new laws. So now if you're Tether today versus Tether 6 months ago, and I'm not, I don't want to defend either of that. The Tether and USDC have their own problems, and I don't even want to get into that. But now if you're Tether, you're going to be subject to monthly audits by the Federal Reserve. You have to register as a financial organization. You have to back your stuff by treasuries. You have all of this other compliance. You have bank secrecy laws and everything else. There's actually more stuff for Tether to comply with under Trump. There's more stuff for USDC. Politicians try to spin this as being regulatory clarity. People didn't want regulatory clarity. People want freedom. The only people that want regulatory clarity are usually the existing incumbent players that want to capture new innovation. Those are the people that want regulatory clarity. And the politicians who can get a cut of it in the process. That's who wants regulatory clarity. So the regulatory clarity means more regulation. More regulation means you're going to find that there are more people that are going to be prosecuted. The reason that our friends have been targeted, they still haven't violated any law. And in fact, if anything, they reflect what American values were supposed to be, but are certainly not in any way, shape, or form in reality today. The truth is, Trump, we are a nation in decline. They know we're a nation in decline. We have a series of bubbles that are all popping simultaneously. And literally the strategy at this point is we're going to bail this thing out one Ponzi at a time and hope that AI creates enough productivity increases to not have everything collapse. That's essentially the level of desperation that this is at. And it's not a likely positive outcome that they're going to have. It's like a caged animal. Again, they're failing. Every nation that ends up failing and ends up getting into this defensive mode, usually when nations start failing, they don't start increasing freedom. Unfortunately, historically, they tend to clamp down, and that's exactly what's happening here. So what Roger and Ian and Roman and others offered were choices to what the real problem was, and the real problem is actually fiat currency. And it's fiat currency, whether the fiat currency is issued through a central bank, or the only thing worse than a central bank currency, it would be a currency issued directly by Congress. And I actually talked to people about this. I was at this conference. I was on a CBDC panel, and there were some politicians, congressmen, senators, current and former, talking about CBDCs. And there was this guy, Ron Wyden from Oregon, liberal, complete left liberal. I'm like, why is this guy on an anti-CBDC panel? And the reason is that, we shouldn't have the Federal Reserve getting this complete unnecessary cut in the middle, right? It's useless. It's a useless private cartel that gets their pound of flesh, printing digital money out of thin air. But he wanted more control over the direct programmability of money, and he wanted that to be put directly in the hands of Congress. That's actually even worse than a central bank currency. So the important thing here is to actually separate money from state. And even as I'm describing it right now, I wrote a long article about this where it's like, commercial banks, central banks, and government, they all like to point the fingers at each other, but the truth is they are all complicit in the financial surveillance, and they're all complicit in the devaluation of the currency, and they work together very nicely, and they've got a nice little game going, right? It's like Trump's like, oh, well, the Federal Reserves are awful. These guys are horrible, golden age and everything else. And then they pass a bill that, gives the Federal Reserve audit authority, which is great. It's pretty amazing that an entity that can't even pass its own audit is now responsible for monthly audits on other people. Tether may or may not have reserves. I don't know if they have reserves or not, but the Federal Reserve is not the entity qualified to make determinations about whether or not they have assets covering what they're doing. But this is where we are. So they remain a threat because they need the hype. They actually need this hype. The Treasury Secretary said, we think we can sell $2 trillion worth of treasuries by doing this stablecoin bill. So basically, China doesn't want to buy our treasuries anymore. Japan can't buy our treasuries. And apparently government has decided it's just completely impossible to even try to save money. In fact, they're going to increase the debt. So how are they going to do this? They're counting on stablecoin hype. It's a complete scam. But, remember during the financial, in 2008, I always used to say every time, if you ever see a central banker on 60 Minutes, that, we're probably 60 seconds away from complete financial Armageddon. I mean, their whole point is to come out there. It's a con job. Ben Bernanke, every time he would talk, it was to lie to people and make them think using complicated language and things that they don't understand that things were safe.
So what types of programmability on these stable coins is going to be the creepiest, the most tyrannical? Could there be social credit scores, climate change scores, possible tax records, student loan debt, credit card debt? What kind of stuff that do you see coming, and where is this going?
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, it's all of it. I mean, this is what I wrote about in my book. Ultimately, this is a global thing. The technocracy is a global thing. So ultimately, it's a single digital currency backed by energy credits tied into an AI surveillance, social credit system. Global. That's the end game. But they'll do it in pieces, just as they have been doing it in pieces. We had no financial surveillance prior to 1970. And now we have all kinds of financial surveillance. The IRS looking at, using AI to analyze your bank account, NSA bulk data collection, these suspicious activity reports where you do $10,000 in a transaction, a report automatically goes to the Treasury. And then just a couple of months ago, the Treasury Department said, well, we want to crack down on illegal immigration. So we're going to drop that from $10,000 to $200 in these 30 zip codes. They can already do that now. They don't even need programmable digital money to add more financial surveillance. They can do it with a memo. They don't even need Congress. They can actually do it by through a memo, through a federal department. The money's already programmable. Health savings accounts, food stamps. So when Kennedy says we're going to stop people from being able to use food stamps to buy sugary drinks, that's programmable digital money issued at the state level through a bank. We already have that. It's the hard part is explaining to people. The reason that I did the part of my presentation, and I don't know if you saw it, but I was this viral tweet that I had where I said, I think Americans are the most brainwashed people. And it tied into the Mike Adams part because China's ahead of the US in 60 out of 65 categories on tech. If you ask the average American, they would have no idea. If I told most people, even probably in our community, that China has better electric cars than the United States, people would be in disbelief. Same with robotics, quantum computing, and everything else. Absolute disbelief. Wouldn't believe it at all. I argued with somebody today, and again, I said, well, my theory is that all Elon Musk is doing is ripping off China. And since nobody knows anything about China, people think that he's created all this stuff, right? X is going to be the everything app. Well, WeChat was that first. He said he was going to model it off of WeChat. It turns out reusable rockets, Neuralink, electric car, all of these technologies, they're predecessors in China. And now China's actually leading on the execution. So, so anyway, I think it's important to, we are so disconnected from reality and so propagandized here that, if we don't wake up to this, it's problematic. And now it's carrying over. Now we're somehow turning these stable coins. We're making surveillance digital currency and surveillance tokenized stocks and bonds some point of American exceptionalism. There's nothing to do with American exceptionalism. It has to do with they need control. They know a collapse is coming. So they're trying to tighten the reins as much as they possibly can. And Ian, Roger, Roman, Samurai Wallet guys are a threat to that. They need to keep the propaganda show going. The frustrating part to me about all of it, and I've said this several times, is we know that Bitcoin was hijacked. We know how it was hijacked, but can we prevent it again? Have we figured out how to learn from that? Because how many times now do we sit around? It's like, oh, well, there's going to be a false flag and they're going to do this and this. And then inevitably there is a false flag. But you know what? They do the false flag and the false flag still works. We're almost at the point where people are so programmed that, this is where they're blatant about it. They don't even bother to hide it. Right? When I wrote my book, people like, these must be conspiracy theories. All of the sources in my book are they're the primary source. I just quote the WEF. I quote, the head of the Bank of International Settlements. I quote these people directly. They have video clips. They don't even care. It's like what Mark Passio said. Mark Passio is kind of like a lot of this stuff that's going on is a humiliation ritual because they know we can't stop it. So they're just literally rubbing it in our face because they think that we're too stupid to do anything about it. And to a certain degree, that's been true, right? That has been true to date. They're going to fall for it again. How many of these Trump people do we have following? Like they're falling for it again and again and again. Now it's like now Trump's trying to say, well, the Dems planted my name in the Epstein files after trying to deflect and say, well, nobody's interested in this anymore. We should move on. I think if you had Trump on video, they'd claim, raping a child. They'd say, well, it's just 5D chess. He was just doing this so he could catch Epstein or something. And we're actually to the point where people have outsourced their agency to these white knights and gotten rug pulled so many times that, it's, what's that statement? It's easier to fool someone than convince them they've been fooled. I don't think people want to admit that they've voluntarily signed up for multiple rug pulls in a row. There's got to be some 5D explanation. I couldn't have been a retard 8 times in a row. It has to be 5D chess. That's an easier explanation.
It's amazing the amount of viciousness coming out from the DOJ towards Ross Ulbricht. 2 life sentences plus 40 years. Roger Ver facing 109 years. 96 of those years are for mail fraud because he used the U.S. Post Service to mail it in. That's a direct violation of the 8th Amendment, cruel and unusual punishments. And even the Julian Assange case, he's still waiting for a pardon. He had to basically admit that the First Amendment doesn't exist in the Espionage Act, which is a direct, So we're living in this world right now where the feds and the DOJ are just doing whatever they want. They seem to be hunting the crypto guys the most, the freedom leaders, I'm hoping that there's more mass adoption with this with the Zano program and this confidential layer. This might be a real game changer. And the more people involved, the more attention comes this way. Maybe we can turn the tide on this a little bit.
I think we can. This is why what I'm doing has 3 different components to it because they're all necessary. Because there's one part of me that'd be like, well, I could just spend all my time building things on Zano, but I know that that's part of the issue. We need to build these things, but at the same time, people don't understand the threat. Oh, why would I need privacy? Well, if you understood what was actually going on, then yeah, you would be focusing on this. But then also teaching people that, they have free will, that they're not exercising, and to kind of unplug. That's a big one. Because if people aren't doing that, then kind of all of this is a lost cause. So we have to do all of these things at the same time, which is unfortunate because we're not, we're out resourced. These people are stealing our money and using it against us. And but yeah, it is possible. And again, we just have to be smart about what we build and make it easy to use, right? Part of it is crypto used to be better than traditional finance. Like the Bitcoin in 2012 was better than what the traditional financial system had. But then they developed Google Pay and Apple Pay and Venmo and all these other things. And then Bitcoin got hijacked. And then all of a sudden the stuff is actually not easier to use, and it's more expensive and it's slow. If we don't actually compete on the merits, then we're going to have a hard time. But we can compete on the merits. It is possible to build user interfaces that are good. There's some technical things in privacy, in terms of how long it takes to confirm a transaction, some other things that I know Zeno's working on, some really cutting edge stuff that I'm not going to talk about here, but at some point maybe I'll bring in Andre to talk about. But I know that the roadmap for Zeno is going to be one where you're going to be able to use privacy coins and privacy tokens, and it will be nearly instant and cheap. It'll be kind of originally what people thought Bitcoin was like, which is good because it has to be, right? Because stablecoin, the alternative systems are going to be they're going to be very user friendly. What we don't have is the ability to say, well, people don't want to use crypto. There's $27 trillion worth of stablecoin transactions last year. It's going to be 120 trillion in 2030, more than MasterCard, Visa, and direct deposit combined. So you can't make the argument that, well, there's just no adoption for crypto. Some of it's regulatory, a lot of it's propaganda, but some of it is the products haven't been easy to use. And that's what drew me to Zeno is just a year ago, being able to use the mobile wallet. I remember you and I did a little test where we swapped a free Ross token for a free Assange token, right from within the wallet. And I'm like, you might be listening to this thinking, well, that's odd. What's the big deal about that? But for me, the eureka moment was that we could have been trading anything. We could have been trading 2 goats for 1 cow. We could have been trading, a house for a condo. We could have been trading whatever it was. And there were no third parties involved, and no one can see what our transaction was. And so that to me was, okay, this is really cool. I've been looking for something like that for a long time in the tokenization space. And then all of the other things that have been layered on. This is why again, I'm going to do this incubator concept, and it's going to be related to the book, but I just want to educate people on all the things you can do with tokenization. I can't build them all. I don't even care if I build any of them, but some of them have to be built if we're going to not get crushed by what's going on with the technocracy. And people don't understand, what's going on with Thiel and Musk and all of this other stuff. They view it as these are just smart guys that have created. They don't understand the ideology behind it, and that's a challenge, which you and I have discussed before. But again, the last 90 days for Zeno, think about it relative to any other crypto project. So marketplaces and point of sale systems and privacy stable coins and now confidential layer. I mean, clearly there's an ecosystem and momentum and something that people can rally around, which people are rallying around, like OGs and agorists and ANCAPs and everything else that have been kind of, I don't know, losing faith or disaffected by the fact that they've seen so many people sell out. I think people are really gravitating now towards Zeno. And that's a great thing as well.
Yeah, very, very exciting times. And there's so much more into pipeline. I'm very hopeful. I chose to dedicate my time into this because I can't work in things that I don't have passion for. And yeah, I think Sano, regardless of speculation of that, I think just as a tool, yeah, there is great potential there. Just because I'm from Argentina, I'm seeing what collapsing governments try to do to stay in power. So yeah, I mean, I think these tools are extremely important. I got to jump off, but
Yep.
we will absolutely jump on some other day to talk more about confidential layer and showcase it and answer
All
all
right, very good.
questions.
Well, thank you for coming on, and thank you for putting the video together on such short notice.
All right. Take care,
All right, have a
guys.
good night. Bye. All right, there we go. I'm still hoping I am for I am pops back on. I haven't talked to this guy in months. He went dark, and so but he's a great guy, agorist, part of the World Blockchain Roundtable. He's been on here several times. In fact, when I broke the fast, he was on. Hoping he pops in here. Anyway, so yeah, so I was talking a bit about the electrical grid. People really need to look into China. I am going to start doing more of the brainwashing thing, and I'm not saying it to piss people off. I'm saying it because we're literally disconnected from reality. Like, we bought the stuff. Like, we're sitting here pointing at how bad these other guys are, not realizing we're worse. The China stuff is just go to YouTube, type in China electric vehicles, China robots, China AI, and watch the stuff. And it was Red Note was the name when I did the Adams interview. When I can't remember, was TikTok actually down, or was it they threatened to shut it off? I can't remember if it was ever actually shut. I think it was shut off for a very short period of time. Maybe I don't. My recollection is hazy. But then they had this thing Red Note, which has been going on for a while in China. And then people got to see it, and people were logging on, and kids were logging on, and they were seeing like these big cities, and not only cities, but they're actually seeing like different, like, here's a day in the life of a kid there, and they're showing all of these technologies and everything else, and they're like, wait a minute, I can't even get a job. I have $30,000 worth of school debt. Everybody's told me that these Chinese are, poor communist, blah, 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 living in dirt. And it's like, then they see the reality of it. Some of the stuff is pretty scary too about school. I mean, have you ever seen these videos where they show Chinese, they teach a different way of doing, multiplication and everything else. And it's much, much faster. They have completely different tools and methodologies. And so they'll show some of this, and they'll show kids doing these math problems like more or less instantaneously. And you watch it. It's like, I saw part of one today where they're using like some kind of a headband that monitors the mood level of the kids, and they're doing all kinds of other really weird stuff. I don't know if it's I don't know if it's good or bad, but it's definitely not, teaching people about 73 different genders and trying to get them to cut off their genitals and so on and so forth. What we have here. And so I'm gonna put together more of those clips just to try to wake people up. Because the problem is so long as we're ignorant, people are buying the hype. They'll buy the golden age. They'll buy again, I was just outright angry last week watching the House floor. I used to watch C-SPAN all the time. I stopped years ago, but I was watching it again. I'm like, oh my God, these concepts, these things that they're saying are just completely wrong. Do they know that it's wrong? And is it just propaganda, or are they ignorant? And either way is not acceptable if these are the ones passing the laws, right? Some of these are the senior ranking people making statements that are just false. So I don't know. But if you believe that, if you believe we're the greatest nation in the world and all these laws, I went through the AI directive or whatever it is, plan. And that's why it was so interesting talking to Mike Adams, not only during the thing, but I've been talking to him afterwards. And it's like, we can't win the AI war. We can't win getting to artificial general intelligence first, simply on the basis of the electrical grid. It's going to require an estimated 1,000 times the energy output that we currently have from our data centers in order to reach AI to AGI. 1,000 times the current energy usage of data centers. China already has that capacity. It would take us 5 to 10 years to get to that. By that time, there's already AGI. If you believe AGI is important or possible, I mean, there's obviously some preconditions to this argument. But if you hear Trump speak, everything that they say is, well, we're going to maintain our lead in. We don't have the lead. We're already losing. And then the things that you're proposing, so like they're out there pitching, we're going to protect our lead and lying about, you know, the truth of the actual situation. And then what they're proposing is something that won't get the job done anyway. But I think electricity prices are going to absolutely skyrocket based on this. I mean, Chris Martenson, his whole thing is about peak energy and peak oil and all of that other stuff. And so, I mean, he held those views kind of pre data centers, pre Bitcoin. I don't necessarily agree with the peak oil thing. I mean, I think that if you didn't have regulation, what we don't know. I mean, we could out innovate. So I don't think that it's necessary. But if you maintain the regulatory environment that we have, then yeah, there is no way. Then we have manufactured scarcity. There's a difference between scarcity and manufactured scarcity. And if you limit human ingenuity and human imagination, then you truly have manufactured scarcity, and you're not going to innovate your way out of it. But because you've shut off the ability to tap the unknown. But you throw on the data center stuff and you can see it happening, right? Look at all the propaganda war posters. Or last week, I think I talked about the fact that, you know, Bernays used these Freudian techniques to get people to do irrational things like support going into World War I, and then realized they could do it in peacetime to sell people things. That's how they got women to buy cigarettes, thinking that they were liberty torches, and that there was some big capitalism versus, you know, communism ideological thing. They realized they could use these kinds of manipulative techniques. So I can see the war posters now where it's like, oh, it's patriotic to not use your air conditioner. It's patriotic to, as an individual, no, shut down your, you know, don't water your lawn. Don't run your air conditioner, right? There'll be a campaign, you know, in the summertime, keep your house at 83. In the wintertime, keep your house at 40. You know, buy a big jacket, you know, buy a wool blanket, right? Do it for the cause. Do it for the cause of making sure America can win in the race for AGI and AI supremacy. I can totally see that. I can see Trump selling that shit. I can not only see him selling that shit, I can see people buying it. Well, in fact, I might actually do that. I might make some satirical posters of the kind of stupid shit I think that people would buy under this kind of electricity rationing to fuel these data centers. I think that might be a fun little, you know, creative project.
When I was in school in the 90s, they were teaching us about global warming. We'd all be underwater right now, and fossil fuels will run out. And I don't believe that oil is a fossil fuel. I think it's an abundant resource. These windmills that they're putting all up and down the coast and in the Midwest are completely inefficient and just a money laundering scheme. And the things that work, I guess, like micro thorium nuclear reactors and possibly natural gas generation stations, most of these things are offline or not being permitted to be built. So that's probably most of the problem also, as far as why we're so far behind as far as the energy generation going on right now, and in my opinion.
Yeah, and it was by design. It turns out that the Club of Rome pushed a lot of this stuff, and Passio talks about that as well. That they actually tried to recruit him, but if you look at it, that there were some passages. I think I played it in a video clip. There's this movie with Catherine Austin Fitz and a whole bunch of other people that were talking about technocracy, but the Club of Rome manufactured climate hysteria. They knew that they needed something to get people to accept moving towards a globally managed economy with an energy credit system. So they manufactured climate hysteria. So all of these kids that are committing suicide, having anxiety, think that they're killing the planet, all of that was fucking made up. It wasn't, they put out the science and they were wrong. And they just, I'm done with that. I mean, as you know, I've done this on nutrition. And so, I mean, AI is good for research. It's really good for research. You still have to validate what it comes back with. But man, what I keep on finding is that I've rarely found a situation where people were trying to do the right thing, and this is just the best science that was available at the time, and that's why it happened. It's generally almost always malicious. There was a particular motive behind it, and no one ever got punished. That is what you will find when you dig into these things, and that's what you find with the climate hysteria. I mean, so Al Gore was not a wealthy man. He's wealthy now. I don't know how much he's worth. 100 million plus. Ended up being on the board of Google, all this other stuff. He goes and what launched that, he did his bullshit climate hysteria movie, which if you watch it now, it all turned out to be fake. Every one of those points in there was bullshit. He's sitting there on a stage and he's talking about, all of the fear porn on a big screen behind him and polar bears and everything else. None of it happened, and he wasn't punished for it. He made millions and millions of dollars. To this day, he's not punished for it. People still believe it. People still believe the health stuff. People still believe red meat is bad for you, that saturated fat is the enemy. And you know the story behind that? The story behind that is Eisenhower had a heart attack, and people were all freaked out about it. And so this guy Ansel Keys came up with a story, manipulated some data, and decided to go after the bacon and eggs for breakfast as being the cause of heart disease. Didn't have the data. He manipulated the data to get there. There was no data that showed this. And yet, this was in the 1960s. People still believe this. People still believed something from the 1960s when I was 10 years old and went to a doctor who sent me to a nutritionist and said I had to have a fat-free diet. People believed it then. People believe it now. People still push it. I was talking to somebody the other day. Why can't I get full-fat yogurt? Right? What is yogurt? Do you remember these things? I used to eat them because, hey, it was on my, diet plan. Have a Dannon yogurt with, fruit at the bottom. What is this? It's not even fruit. Like corn syrup and maybe a small semblance of fruit. It's all sugar. And then some fat-free yogurt. It's just trash. All it does is spike your blood sugar. Fruit on the bottom. Jesus Christ. I mean, but again, it hasn't stopped. You can find, if you look, yogurt with full fat in it, but you have to look. It's still the same stuff. So there's no self-correction with any of this. That's why it fails. That's why it always fails. That's why all of these centralized systems fail. But it's been like that with climate. I'm sure we could go through and we could find out who's responsible for coming up with these various alarmist proclamations about something or other. And then we'll find they made a whole bunch of money and they were never punished every time. So why is that? So people believing in experts is the problem. This goes back to the reclaim the autonomy reboot, right? We have to stop believing in experts. So as long as we continue to believe in experts, I was at a thing just a couple days ago. I'm realizing some people I haven't talked to for a long time. I'm like, wow, how do you get through that? Because the immediate position is that you got to rely on some expert. And if these experts have been bad, then we've got to listen to this other set of experts that were trained by the same people that the other experts were trained by. No actual discussion of whether this stuff makes sense. It's just this expert said it and this expert said it. I forget how popular Yuval Noah Harari was. When his book Sapiens came out, that was like a bestseller. People like that. I remember people recommending me this book, unironically recommending me this book. Oh, you've got to read it. It's a game changer. Then this guy ends up being an influencer of billionaires. I mean, he's a useful idiot that they can use to basically rationalize what it is they were trying to do anyway. I mean, I don't think he necessarily influenced them. They just, here's this little smart, nerdy looking guy. So he wrote this book. And then we got some other people in the media to write good reviews about it. And then a bunch of other people bought it that probably didn't read it. But now everybody's sitting around trying to act like they read the book so that they could be smart based on the fact that everybody said, if you didn't read this book, you're not smart. And then, the globalists are using it to push whatever it is that their original agenda was, which is technocracy. And now we have Curtis Yarvin doing this on the right, and this just continues. So this is why if people don't reclaim their free will, then none of this matters. Right. I mean, the last thing that I would ever want to do is try to be an expert where it's like people are just listening to me. This is why a lot of people ask me for financial. I'm trying to figure out how this works. I see comments are now oh, I clicked on that. Okay. Hold on. Let me take that off. You can put comments now up on the screen. And I was trying to figure out how to comment to him, but yeah, no, if we don't start taking responsibility for our own decisions, then there's no point. I don't like these people talk about 5G warfare, whatever the hell it is, 5th generation warfare, and it's all the battleground of information and everything else. And it's just like, yeah, now if you're trying to program somebody, you're part of the problem. Right? You should be teaching people that they've been programmed, to teach them how to, program themselves or figure out how to control what information is coming in and not coming in. If you're there trying to nudge people with your own thing, then you haven't made anything better. So
it's interesting how some things change. The Democrats were all on board with Tesla and Elon Musk, and then Musk became a Republican, and now all the Republicans like Tesla and Elon Musk, and vice versa. Now the Democrats, the Republicans used to be the don't tread on me, we're gonna fight back and get our rights back. Now Trump's in office, all those people are on the sideline because Trump has it under control, and now the Democrats or the anti-government party at the moment. The Dropkick Murphys had some concert the other night where they had all the Epstein stuff with Trump on there and everything else. It's pretty interesting now that the Democrats are calling for the Epstein list, even though they're going to be on it just as much as the Republicans.
Yeah, because again, everybody's picking a side instead of making their own decision. They're like outsourcing. I made a meme. I did the bumper sticker that says, my candidate visited Epstein Island 3 times less than yours. That's what I'm predicting. So along with our poster project, our propaganda poster for why people are going to be willing to live in 83, with the thermostat at 83 in the summer and 43 in the winter, we're going to do a bumper sticker, a demoralization bumper sticker political campaign, because you're right. They are flipping. And by the way, they'll flip on it instantly. I think I remember when Sean Hannity, who bashed green shit forever, went out and bought a Tesla. Well, what's he doing now? I don't ever watch him anymore for like a long time, but if anybody's watching, has he sold his Tesla now? So, and now that Musk is doing his own thing, but the thing is, Musk's not that hard to figure out if you research it. Musk has always been for whoever's in power. Musk is pushing technocracy. It's very clear what he's doing. He was a Democrat when it was convenient, when he needed money for government contracts from Obama. And when it looked like it was going to go the other way, all of a sudden it became he'll sell it as, oh, well, you know, I didn't change, the Democrats changed. This is a story people like to tell themselves, that the Democrats changed. And I mean, I see a lot of people like not wanting to take responsibility for the fact that they bought into something that was bullshit for a really long time. If your viewpoint is that the Democrat Party just turned bad with Biden's second term, are you kidding me? We're going to forget about the DNC and Bernie Sanders and all of the other stuff and Clinton? No, it just got bad. There's a lot of cope, right? There's a lot of cope. People don't want to admit that any of this stuff, a lot of the stuff was always bullshit. But yeah, no, they'll flip flop on anything. Remember? Well, actually, I don't even know if it's actually true. Were the Democrats actually anti-war? I'm not even sure if that's true. I mean, I look back at this. Well, who was president during Vietnam? I mean, just were Democrats actually anti-war ever?
I think at the moment they're against the war in Gaza, but they're for the war in the Ukraine, if I'm correct. So they're not really anti-war. They just have, it's like moral relativism. You don't know where they're going to stand on anything. It's the flavor of the month. Whatever the leader says is what everyone believes. And it switches depending on, what week it is. So maybe the cycles maybe go a little longer than that, a few months at a time. But so that's what like Passio talks about all the time is that moral relativism and how, that is pretty much one of the biggest problems going on. But I guess that's a whole other subject for some other time, I guess.
Yeah, well, I mean, it should be. I mean, again, I think I am going to do one of these. I am going to just lay out the whole why voting can't work and but go through like the process of it, of what you have to believe you can vote your way out, and just go through each of the different data points. Because then it all becomes about probability. It's like, so what is the probability that, the population goes from failing civics and not understanding how government works to being informed to make an informed decision? What would be required to make that happen? What would be required to fix the parties so that you actually have candidates that are different than one another, as opposed to pre-selected candidates that are, upon examination, exactly the same? What would be involved to make it so that the elections themselves, regardless of whether you think the voting is rigged or not, you want to talk about propaganda. I mean, the get out the vote systems and AI and all of the data and targeting for get out the vote, which is controlled by the parties using big data systems, that influences the election in a big way. So once you get back through and you look at all of this, gerrymandering and everything else, there's no way you can fix it. And there's no way you can fix it in your own lifetime. And there is no, this is why it's kind of like the people that are like, we were talking about earlier. It's like, are some of these liberty people plants? Is this real? Audit the Fed. Is this just designed to get people to continue to believe in voting? Because there's no way. Show me a plan. What would be required to get enough people to vote to end the Fed? How many votes would that take? How much money would that take realistically? Because people go around and say, oh, well, we've got Massey, we've got Rand Paul. We used to have a Mosh. Oh, we're close. 3 out of 535 in 13 years.
Yep. If Massey wasn't there, I think a lot of people would finally give up hope on the whole system of voting that I don't feel works whatsoever. But that being said, like you would think that the whole Congress should be like Massey. Seems like he's constitutional, and that's but he's the only one out of how many? 467 or whatever they got.
Well, 435 in the House and then another 100 in the Senate. And yeah, so So it's again, he's the only principled guy, but at the same point, is it counterproductive? I've been arguing for years that it's counterproductive. And since Ron Paul wrote End the Fed, how much, but we printed more money since Ron Paul wrote End the Fed than the entire history of the country beforehand. I think we had something like $17 trillion in debt when he wrote that book. We've more than doubled the national debt. You know what I mean? Like, I'm just saying, and that's fine. I mean, maybe it was well intentioned at the time, but was there a genuine thought? And by the way, let's think about it. They're going to primary. They're going to try to primary Massey. So I mean, if we're talking about is there momentum, I wouldn't say he's getting more powerful. Now, of course, then there's the what if he becomes the presidential candidate for the America's Party, which would be the ultimate rug pull, because in essence, then he would become the front man for technocracy. And I could see that. I could see that being pulled off. I could see people buying that.
Wow, I've never heard that one before. That's interesting.
Yeah, I definitely could see that. I could see that potentially happening, but then you'd have to have Massey versus JD Vance. So you've got your two. I don't view Massey as a technocrat, but if the technocrats controlled Congress, I don't know. It's hard to say. I mean, Massey's also a science guy. He's an MIT guy. Maybe he could be persuaded. It's hard to say, but then on the other hand, it's like they convince people that the guy that added $7.8 trillion to the debt in one term and was the godfather of Operation Warp Speed was the only white knight that could save the Western civilization. People believe that. If they're going to believe that, like, you don't even need to make a rational argument. That's idiotic to believe that.
Yeah, it's pretty bad what's going on right now, because not only is everything speeding up in the wrong direction, but there's no resistance in any which way because everyone thinks it's going in the right direction. So that's what I see going on. I don't think there's any political solution to any of this in any which way. But I do think creating new systems, exiting, exit the medical system. Is there any reason to go to your doctor? Would you really want to send your kids to government schools? I mean, there's really not any value in any of this stuff. I think the dollar's collapsing. We're heading into a lot of new stuff, and the confidential layer is terrific. I think that's one of the best things going forward into this new build that we got going on.
Yeah, no, I think it's great. We need confidential. We need to apply it to the education system. We need to privatize public education. Convert your public education into private education with confidential. No, it's exciting. Now, here's the question: do you think these Bitcoin maxis are even going to use it, or are they going to say, "Oh, why? I'm not going to even spend my Bitcoin even privately"?
I think you'll get some of them, but I think some of them. If it looks like it's a great technology, and I'm hoping it catches on more. But I think a lot of the Bitcoin crowd, it's sacrilegious to spend your Bitcoin. And the whole point of Bitcoin in the beginning was to be an attack at the Federal Reserve, the central banks, after what they did with the Troubled Asset Relief Program in 2008. Now it went from that, Occupy Wall Street, to, let's combine forces with the government and Wall Street, and let's not compete with the central banks at all.
Yep.
So, yeah, so I understand what you mean by this Bitcoin maxis. And I guess you're saying a lot of those maxis were created after 2017. But the privatized coins are the best. The Zano is the best thing I've seen in a long time going forward. Looking forward to see all the point of sale systems coming up whenever that gets going. But do you think that's ever going to really take up? Is that ever going to is the technology ever going to be easy enough, like as Ernest Hancock said, grandma easy button, so the
Yeah.
vendors can just use it?
Yes, it is because it can be. There's no technical barrier to it. It's just been a lack of emphasis, and so this is why when I put together this incubator, I've got to decide how to prioritize these things. But it's critical that we do have a point of sale system. And again, part of it is you just have to be willing to do it as an open source project and not as a corporation, right? I mean, this is where this all gets tricky, where it's like, there's no fees. It's just open source software. It's a plugin, or no fees. And I think I know there are a lot of people in the Xano ecosystem that will do things like that because it's necessary to have freedom, and that's a requirement. There are not a lot of other people that will do that. I mean, you have to be really committed to freedom and also understand the threat to be willing to invest in some of these things. And there are people that will do that. And maybe there are other ways to monetize it. But once you're taking a percentage of the transaction, you've got legal liability. Let me tell you I want to say one thing, how stupid this is. So I'm not even sure. I heard last week, do you hear this, that we might have sold 80% of the Bitcoin strategic reserve?
No, I didn't hear that. Tell me more.
So I was actually believe it or not, I was at the Coldplay concert with my kids, the infamous one where the guy was outed. But so we were there while that was going on. That was a pretty interesting thing. But I'm like checking my phone, and there's a tweet from Cynthia Loomis. She's like, "I'm dismayed to learn that the U.S. might have sold 80% of its Bitcoin strategic reserve. So they don't have 200,000. Maybe they only have 40,000." I retweeted this thing. I'm like, only the U.S. government could not be able to keep track of their own shit on a public ledger, right? I mean, how hard is this? This is probably the least difficult thing to do, and they can not do that properly, right? Let's talk about, did Roger classify his stuff properly when there were no tax rules 11 years ago? Well, let's bitch about that. And then the money, the Bitcoin that they stole, they can't even keep track of on a public ledger. That's great. So now I'm looking this up to see if this is actually the case. So then recent reports and rumors have sparked discussion, this is on Grok, of whether it sold 80% of its holdings. Freedom of Information request revealed the U.S. Marshals Service, an agency over the DOJ, holds 29,988 Bitcoin, leading to speculation the U.S. government might have sold off 85% of its reserves. Cynthia Loomis expressed alarm over these reports, calling it a strategic blunder if true. However, the USMS says that it might not represent the entirety of the government holdings. Other agencies, such as the FBI, IRS, DEA, and Department of Justice, who hold seized Bitcoin, might have a total of at least 198,000. So there's now confusion, and long and short of it is they apparently don't seem to know. Well, the conclusion is they did not sell 80%. This one group does have 28,000, but the other agencies likely hold more. The answer is we don't know how much fucking Bitcoin we have. We still don't know how much Bitcoin we have. Stole. And actually not we. I should say that terrorists, the U.S. government stole. And by the way, I think that the policy that the Trump administration came out with, everybody was expecting that they were going to buy a whole bunch of Bitcoin, but it looks like instead of some big strategy to buy a bunch of Bitcoin, it was just to hold on to the Bitcoin that we have.
And a lot of that strategic reserve is Ross Ulbricht's and Ian Freeman's money, I believe.
Yeah. Yep.
So I remember a lot of people celebrating that in the freedom community, but that doesn't seem like anything other than really bad stuff to me.
No, Ross might not be. Ross, in theory, could apply to get his Bitcoin back, but they might have sold it already. It might already be gone. The fact that we don't even know, we shouldn't be expanding the Bitcoin strategic reserve if the government can't figure out how much Bitcoin it stole and can't keep track of it. People don't know if they sold it or not. Right? I mean, the whole idea is stupid. I'm just doing a search on this, but I'm pretty sure when I read the digital asset strategy that they're now not saying that they're now not, on plan to buy however much $1 trillion worth. That seems to be off the table now. So the strategic, it now seems to be it's active. The Treasury is in the process of consolidating seized and forfeited Bitcoin through agencies, although no public ledger or detail audit has been released. Think about this. So they announced the Bitcoin Strategic Reserve in July of 2024 at that Bitcoin conference. Trump got elected, signed the executive order like right away, and in 6 months they still haven't even fucking figured out how to consolidate the stolen civil asset forfeiture theft Bitcoin.
Well, so they need a little more time to steal all the rest, and then they can count it up.
Well, so no significant sales or liquidations have been reported. That doesn't mean they don't exist. The reserve's exact size and operational details remain partially opaque due to the decentralized nature of government holdings and limited public disclosures. The decentralized nature of public holdings. How decentralized could it be? You have 4 or 5 different departments that were involved in, how is this not known? Decentralized nature. You had the FBI, the IRS, the DOJ, and how is that decentralized? I think to call that decentralized is not a correct use of the word. And now there's So the March executive order ensures that the seized Bitcoin transferred to Treasury, which hasn't happened, and restricts sales without congressional approval. There's no evidence of significant sell-offs. So anyway, it's all bullshit. They're not. Remember, we were told they were going to issue some memo. First of all, I thought they only had 90 days or something after when they did the executive order, and it doesn't seem like they hit that window, or maybe they just did. They're not buying anymore. So I guess they'll still see. I guess they're going to try to steal some of Roger's Bitcoin, and then maybe they'll steal. I don't know if Roman Storm has some Bitcoin. Maybe they'll see if they can steal some more of Ian's Bitcoin. So I guess their strategy is going to be to pull people over and steal their mobile wallets. That's probably going to be it. They're not going to, doesn't look like they're going to flat out buy Bitcoin. I mean, just the whole strategy it goes to my point that I was making earlier. This is one Ponzi at a time. This is, no one wants to buy our debt. So we'll take the hype of stable coins and we'll use that to get people to buy $2 trillion worth of debt. Then to pay off the $37 trillion worth of debt, we're going to steal people's Bitcoin and we're going to hold it for 20 years and we're going to use that to pay off the national debt. Like, this is like a meth addict, a meth gambling addict who's like 6 months into a binge. This is essentially the level of financial strategy we have at this point. This is about how desperate this is. We're going to make it all back and
So I know financial system's horrible, so is the government schools, and so is the medical system, but at least we have a really good judicial system here in this country, you know?
Yeah. Exactly.
That'll fix everything.
The rule of law is that's what's going to keep it all together.
Yep. And the Congress will keep them all in check too.
Oh yes, the checks and balances system is absolutely phenomenal. I think it's definitely a 10 out of 10. Um, I don't know. People still believe this, but I guess that's what they're indoctrinated with. We were indoctrinated with it. I mean, I guess you have to. I don't know. I don't know what it takes to wake people up. And I do feel that these algorithms are going to make it even harder. I think that, again, people feel like I've heard several times in the last few weeks, well, now people are rationalizing, well, yeah, Trump didn't turn out to be what we thought, but at least he's buying us more time. Okay, well, babies are still getting injected with the COVID vaccine. Like what in what way have we bought time? Right? Are you even adding more to the debt? I can't even find a single thing that we bought more time on. But people believe that. And so because they believe that, that delays action, and that makes it worse. That makes it harder to actually counter something. This Palantir, the surveillance aspect of this with the digital ID, now that Congress controls these stable coins, they could do an emergency thing and say, well, if you issue a stable coin, it has to be programmable so that you can only buy, only buy products from this pedophile ring. Or only buy products, of this type. They could do that literally by passing a law. Now that it's captive to Congress, and again, this is how all financial surveillance, but that's how easily it could happen in an emergency. And these people love buying into these emergencies. They especially like this illegal immigrant thing is like, that's just a cash register, or that's just a cow they can milk over and over and over again. We need real ID to protect from illegal immigrants.
I bet you if we put police checkpoints everywhere, in every town, on every highway, everywhere, we can stop it. And then we can all be free. I just don't see it anything other than just another dog and pony show to make a few people feel good about something, but it doesn't actually mean anything in reality. That's pretty much like everything going on in the news and the government at this point. But anyway, it's fun to make fun of this stuff. But how do people wake up? It's a slow process of following the truth, or I guess trying to search that. In my journey, I read Ron Paul's book, The Revolution, back in 2009. And when I read that, I was like, wow, that really connected a lot of dots and got me thinking about a lot of things. And then when I saw Mitt Romney run against Barack Obama, I had it at that point. I'm like, all right, this is just a joke at this point. They're making fun of us.
Yep.
So,
well, I don't know. So it's a broader thing, right? Of what people are being programmed by. It's not even just politics. Like, are you buying, these social media algorithms? This is why I like fasting. There's a way to use 3-day fasting or something. Get a group of people to do that, so that when you're in that state, because then you start questioning things. Because you inevitably have to question everything. It's not just question government. I mean, it's medicine. Like people don't think to. I remember there was some chart about. I wish I could find that. Which professions do you have the most trust in? And like at the bottom was like used car salesman and politician, but at the top was like nurse. These are the most trusted professions. I got to, in fact, let me see if I can find that, because it was and it might have even been pre-COVID, but most trusted professions. But I look at it now and I'm like, if you're trusting any of these professions, you're going to have a problem. Here we go. Yeah, here it is. I was right. This is from Forbes. I wonder if Steve Forbes put this together. An infographic. Here we go. Yeah, I even remember the percent. Okay, America's most and least trusted profession. Are you ready for this? You're gonna love this.
Let me hear it.
82% nurses, 71% military officers, 66% grade school teachers, 65% medical doctors, 62% pharmacists, 56% police officers, 43% judges. Then we start, then we drop clergy 42%, bankers 25%, bankers and newspaper reporters 25%, local office holders 24%, TV reporters 23%, lawyers 18%, business executives 16%, lobbyists 8%. 82% nurses.
Wow.
Military officers, number 2.
Or they were making all those TikTok videos a few years ago while everyone was dying in the hospitals.
Yeah, that was great. But military officers, I'll tell you that's a trustworthy bunch.
Oh,
I bet Passio would have something to say about this. This is just like the order followers. So I guess it seems like if I read this, the more of an order follower you are, the more trusted your profession is. Because look, here's an update on this. Oh, this is a different one. Rating of selected U.S. professions in terms of honesty and ethical standards.
Well, without the order followers, the pedo politicians couldn't get anything done.
Yeah, no, that's true. That's true. So it's nurses again, 84%. Most trusted. Congress, the least. Car salespeople, tied at the lowest. I wonder if there's anything post-COVID with this. What is this? Oh, here we go. Here's another one from Ipsos. Number 1 in their survey, scientists. Followed by doctors, teachers, armed forces, police, and then ordinary people. So an ordinary person taps in at 37%. But if you're a scientist, you're rocking 69%.
And most scientists, 90% or more, are being paid from governments. And if they don't come up with the answers that they're supposed to come up with, they don't get paid. So you can throw like 90% of them right out the window from the get-go. They're just doing, whatever they're told to get paid. So scientists are probably the least people you're ever going to trust.
What
do you think?
So scientists are complete order followers that have been indoctrinated, and then they've been indoctrinated to think one way, and then their whole thing is based on peer review. I had some interesting conversations about this recently as well. So somebody was asking about, what changes would you make to, health policy? Like, I'm not going to answer this. I don't believe in centralized medicine. Like, I'm not going to sit around and have a fucking conversation with you where you're going to take my thing and then twist it into something that it's not, and then staple it to something else, and then fail to put it into I don't even agree with the premise. But I mean, I was at the point where I'm like, so what if you're going to have something that's decentralized, where you have multiple different options, you have to have multiple different options for everything, including even some of the measurement systems. So we have these measurement systems that are based on these random clinical trials, and the random clinical trials are based on a worldview that the world is deterministic. Well, based on quantum physics, it's probabilistic, not deterministic. So the entire way we measure. So in other words, what I'm saying is, if you think the government should be involved, but you want to have a big tent where people are pursuing different alternatives, but you're standardizing even the method of measurement itself, you've failed. So random clinical trials are one problem. Another problem is peer review. So, okay, so now you go through this school, you're indoctrinated into this particular discipline. Once you've gone through that, your jobs are limited because it's a specialized thing. And in order for your research to get approved, your peers have to agree with it. who, if you have something that's truly an innovation, you might be a threat to. What a stupid idea. Why do we have peer-reviewed financial statements? Hey, how about that? That'd be a great way to do something. Let's do peer-reviewed voting. Like, but seriously, people believe that this is a good idea. People believe that's a good idea. They random control trial, the gold standard science. It's not gold standard. None of this is a good idea. And so, but those things aren't even up for question. We can't even question the fundamental things. You have to assume that those things are fixed, and then you have to have this least common denominator consensus where everybody gets together, and it's basically on the basis of who can you offend the least while retaining enough political capital to retain power. That's how decisions get made. This is not a workable system, and it's not a fixable system. But nevertheless, nurses at the top of one, and then doctors are at the top of this other one. When we talked about this before, I wouldn't try. I actually had to take my kids into for a doctor thing, and classic. This is a classic situation. We can't come in. Oh, well, our hospital was acquired by another hospital, so you have to fill out all of the fucking paperwork again. 8 pages on each kid. All of it. It just they didn't retain any of the information. Fill out all the paperwork, and then I'm sitting there. It's like, okay, I'm with my kids. My daughter's filling out one thing, and so I'm like, oh, I go to grab this clipboard that's just sitting there, and this doctor comes out and says, oh, where's my clipboard? Oh, that has all my patient information on it. And I'm like holding onto her clipboard with all this HIPAA, protected patient information on it, which I thought was also hilarious. Not that I was looking at it. I was just trying to find a clipboard. So fill out all this paperwork, and then go into the nurse, and then the nurse asks us a whole bunch of the same questions again that were just on the papers that we just filled out. So 95% of the time, for the entirety of the visit, was filling out paperwork that we'd already filled out. But because the hospital bought the other hospital, I guess part of the terms of the deal were we're not going to take any of the information that we have on the patients and put it into our system. You're just going to have to go ahead and get all that information again. That's always, this is why I don't even deal with it. I mean, they had to go to get something for a checkup for school or something, right? But I don't even go for that. I'm sitting there and I'm starting to get a little bit annoyed, and they're like, why does it do this? Where my kids are asking, why is it like this? Like, yeah, right. Why are we filling out a piece of paper with check boxes? Like, why is, I told her, I do my typical rant about the healthcare system, but oh my God, it is so bad. But these are the most trusted professions. So how did that happen? Police, trusted professions? I mean, even according to these statistics, I mean, obviously you'd get different answers based on probably race and a variety of other things. But military officers? I mean, so I don't know. I don't know where all this starts. I think some of this starts with, religion and obedience and, worldview. You're a sinner and you're a piece of shit and all this other stuff. And so it starts out with that. And then you need to be obedient, to all of these, to your elders and everything else. You're not supposed to question things. You go through that for a couple of iterations, and then you where you're told you're supposed to believe in light. You're a bad person. You're supposed to believe in a white knight. You're supposed to obey authority. And then 50 years later, you're voting for Donald Trump a second time after Operation Warp Speed. We have to stop teaching this obedience to just blind obedience to authority. This is okay, you're a kid and obviously you're trying to figure out, you don't know how anything works, but there's still the blind obedience thing is a disaster. Because once you instill that, I was talking to somebody about this too. They used to paddle people. Did they paddle you in school? Was this a thing? Part of punishment?
I think that might have been a generation before me. I never got paddled. Did you?
I never got paddled, but I'm pretty sure I remember that My elementary school had 2 different paddles that they had, and it was the vice principal's job to paddle people. I'm just remembering this now. One of the paddles had holes in it, and the other one didn't. So when I was done doing my Ralph Bellamy socialist Pledge of Allegiance, if you didn't do that properly, the vice president, depending upon how severe your lack of obedience was, would hit you with a paddle, maybe with holes in it. This happened in public school. I mean, and we're not brainwashed, and we don't have propaganda. We're the freest country in the world. I mean, they stopped. The thing is, though, they figured out how they could stop. They don't do paddling. People say, "Oh, well, we don't do that anymore. We don't do corporal punishment." No, you give people meds. You give people meth. You give people you give children opioids. You give so which is actually worse, paddling someone or putting them on antidepressants?
Yeah, I'd definitely rather be paddled.
Exactly. But we're an enlightened society now because we don't paddle people. We give people a blue pill with an unpronounceable name. So now we're enlightened. I don't know.
Apparently, there was a shooting the other day. Was it Manhattan? And the guy was, I guess he had a lot of antitropic medicine in him system. But apparently, every single serial killer or mass shooting, these people are on these drugs. So a lot of times the initial headline comes out as it's the gun's fault. But then when you read a little deeper into it, there's always an antidepressant behind it. That's the healthcare industry, and how many percentages of Americans right now are on this stuff? And what other side effects is it doing to physical health as far as like weight gain, other ailments that it brings on as far as even mental conditions, physical conditions? I've heard some reports that over 50% or more in some areas of people are on these things.
Yeah, no, it's really bad. I might try to get on to the show. Laura Delano, who's I know through the Brownstone Institute. She wrote this book, Unshrunk, the story of psychiatric treatment resistance. But the whole book is written based on her personal experience. I mean, she went to Harvard and grew up with a prestigious family and everything else, but was put on these drugs at an early age, and it took her like 7 years or 10 years or something to get off of them. And she's just had this whole revelation about this. And she wrote this book. She was on Tucker Carlson and a whole variety of other things. And she and her husband, who I know as well, they have a nonprofit and a community site to help people with this. And so it's horrendous. I've talked to many people that are in this field, and I've actually studied this quite a bit. There's no evidence that any of this stuff works. Those random control trials that we were talking about, they do these in like short duration, like 90 days or whatever, or 6 months. But if you actually were to do it over a long term, you actually end up worse than when you started on these things. This is another function of the way even the testing works. But no, this whole industry, I studied this in public health. The UN or the WHO decided that depression was the #1 global disease in like 1999. So then when they declared that, the amount of suicides and the amount of prescription drugs has just been an exponential growth curve. Where I half believe it's at some point, it's like, well, they'll argue, well, we just identified this big thing that people didn't know about. It's like, well, maybe you created it. Because if you think about it, when you plant ideas, you can plant ideas. We've talked about this. If I'm sitting there watching TV in the morning or at night, and I'm in the alpha brainwave state, and you're suggesting to me, some big pharma ad comes on, it's like, oh, do you have toe fungus? No, if you have toe fungus, you might have, A, B, and C. You need whatever this drug is, right? Well, you're not consciously filtering this out. Now you wake up the next day and you're all of a sudden you've got all this fear about this toe fungus and you think you need this pill. Well, I mean, they could be gaslighting us on a massive basis. These campaigns, let's do a ribbon. It's like, oh God, everybody's got this problem. Everybody's, people are so depressed and there's, they're going to kill themselves and everything else. We've got to blunt this, but they create it. The public awareness campaign actually creates the problem. It doesn't identify people that have the condition. It creates the condition and then gives them something that actually exacerbates the problem. It does seem like a pretty good formula that they figured out. And I do believe that they do that. Create the problem and then create the solution. And it's the public health is truly a death cult. The more you look into the history of it, I mean, there was one point where it was about sanitation. So public health had some good luck with sanitation, which is actually what's helped probably more than anything with life expectancy. But once the drugs, actually, surprise, surprise, Rockefeller got involved and started funding it, it turned into a whole other thing. And now it has nothing to do with health. So it has more to do with, frankly, depopulation. It's a horrible thing. The whole field of psychology and psychiatry, all of it. And there were some interest. I wish I had kept this stuff because I've done a whole bunch of research on this and I've watched all these documentaries about. And I think I saw somewhere that they're bringing this back, insane asylums. Right? I guess they canceled that for a while, but now they're bringing this back. And I'll tell you the problem with this is that I saw this one documentary about this scandal where I want to say it was somewhere near Houston, Texas, where it was just basically a bunch of shrinks. You got paid based on the number of people that you institutionalized. So surprise, surprise, they had a system where they were completely fabricating stuff just to institutionalize these people and put them permanently, in some cases, in these asylums. I mean, this is where a lot of this stuff, and then when they're in the asylums, they do all kinds of experimentation on these people. And this has been going on for a long time. They've treated these institutionalized people as subhuman and as like science experiments. So, it takes a hell of a lot of brainwashing to convince somebody that gets into psychiatry is actually doing this to help people. I mean, you have to have bought a whole bunch. Then there's the whole DSM-5 or whatever they're up to right now. This is a thing where I read something on this. It's a bunch of shrinks that get together and decide what these diseases are. There aren't any markers for it. There aren't any tests for it. It's a committee that just says this is what this disease is now. And lo and behold, the solution is you have to meet with a psychologist, but you have to meet at least 6 times or whatever it is, right? But it's just kind of like same thing. We're going to make up a whole book of diseases that you can't measure. And then the solution is going to be you have to hire people in our profession and you have to go to them a number of times, minimum. Anyway, well, it's getting late. I see you're tired. I'm getting a little tired too. I guess we've gone over 4 hours here. Well, it was good to have you on, and we covered a bit.
Yeah, that was fun, man. Good night.
Yeah,
a lot of good information.
Oh, wait a minute. Oh, we're there. Hold on a second. I am for I am. Come back. Where is this guy? He just popped in. Oh man, I've been trying to get a hold of this guy for. Hey, come back if you're listening to this. I saw you in there. I was hoping he was having a technical issue, or maybe I didn't notice he was on. And he probably would have. Let me see. Oh, here he is. Look at this.
Hello, gentlemen.
Hello, how are you?
Good to see you, Aaron.
Hey, good
to see you, Dan.
Hey,
Appreciate
good to see you.
Amazing conversation tonight. Amazing listening to all of it. Can you hear me okay? Let me turn off the thing. There we go. You can hear me all right?
Yep, we can hear you fine. Well, we could hear you, and then it cut out. So I don't know if you accidentally hit mute or something.
There we go. Is that better?
Perfect.
Okay, I hit the button. No, I'm on my phone and not at my my desk, the office. Anyway, great conversation tonight. as always, phenomenal. I was on the World Blockchain Roundtable today for the first time in weeks to kind of step back into it. Yeah, I had a knock at my door. It was, I think this is what you wanted to hear about, Aaron, right?
Well, yeah, I was getting worried. I was genuinely getting worried about you. So, because you were gone for, it seemed like a couple of months.
Yeah, it was definitely, it was a little over nine weeks ago. I had a knock on the door, and it was the feds. And I was like, why me? But then again, we always joke about having, oh, I'm on a list somewhere, or we're all going to be on a list, or we're going, I'm sure we're on a list, but it's not real until it's real. But I was sitting in my kitchen, and the doorbell rang. Walked up to the door, looked through the door, and see two gentlemen in their business casual dress. I go, oh, wow, they're probably here to sell me solar or sell me Jesus or something. Anyway, my dogs are kind of throwing a fit, so I make sure the dogs don't go out, and I step outside, and they call me by my full name, so they knew me, who I was. And I'm just an average guy. Yeah, I don't have a large following, but I am very vocal about my disapproval of our federal government and what they're doing, and I'm an agorist and don't believe in that there's a lot of good solutions for the corruption. So anyway, they had mentioned that they knew that I had had conversations with people in Moscow. Of course, this was years ago when I was working with a group on a project, and Ukraine, Hong Kong, Argentina. This is pre-Ukraine war. They also knew about the umbrella promise, which I haven't done anything about, but it's a blockchain-based solution that could eliminate campaign money, but still it's constitutional. But I don't believe that that's really a viable solution, in that we can't fix Washington. So I never pursued it. I didn't even leave the website up. It's been down, but of course it was on my profile. And they just said it's a kind of a temperature check, a casual conversation. They just wanted to know, kept calling me an anarchist. And I said, well, I don't prefer that. I prefer the term, agorist. I believe in the non-aggression principle. And I believe that, we're born with free, and I believe in property rights, but I am a nonviolent individual. And inside I'm white as a ghost, but I'm also, telling myself, shut up, don't say anything. And they just said, no, this is just a casual conversation. As you know, you live in a military city, and you've said some provocative things, and because where you live and what you've said, we just wanted to make sure that you weren't being or involved with crypto, and to effect that you're making payments to more subversives of that type of thing. So
wow,
anyway,
more subversives, but subversives meaning
like, overthrow the government. Are you trying to what are your intentions with taxation and theft? What are your intentions when you as a matter of fact, they introduce themselves as well, we're from the agency that you said shut it down, which was shut it down was a common phrase that Vivek would say on the campaign trail. Remember when he was talking about the FBI? It needs to be shut it down. Well, that's what I had said, and frequently online and that kind of thing. So anyway, that's how they introduce themselves. And they say it's I think what law enforcement calls it a knock and talk, temperature check. And well, anyway, after that, I went back inside. They left, and I just was so angry. I wanted to just shout from the rooftops. I wanted to call everybody that I knew and tell them what happened to me. And then I stepped back and said, well, no, I'm going to say something that I shouldn't say. It's going to get me in more trouble. And I just kind of withdrew. I didn't want to I started thinking about my family, and most of my family are not quote unquote red pilled. I'm the crazy grandpa because I am the individual who thinks in these terms, and they have their own journeys, and they are tied into different, news outlets, and haven't come to the same realizations that I have, and felt like, and then I started looking around and thinking about it. While I have a brother and sister-in-law who are retired military, I have a son-in-law who's an officer in the armed services and probably up for a promotion, hence maybe why I got a knock on the door. I have other, family members who work in the DoD or work in contract work, which requires of a certain level of, clearance. So having those people around me, I started thinking, well, maybe that's what spurred the knock. And does it make it right? And it got me more and more angered. And I started thinking, I came to the conclusion that, in North Korea, if you defect, they go after your family members. And I don't look at the flag, and I don't want to stand up during the national anthem if I'm at an event or something. I don't want to put my hand on my heart and pledge allegiance to the flag. It's not my flag anymore. This is not my country. This is not what I signed up for. And I don't know how we're going to change it. I don't know how we're going to get it back. How far back do we need to go? 1913? Pre-1913? Kennedy's assassination? I don't know. But I do know that this is not my country, and that anger and that loss that I had felt long ago just reared its ugly head again. And I thought, it's checkmate. It's checkmate, because my family is a soft target. They suck off of the government tit. And who am I to interrupt their livelihoods or their advancement in their careers? And that also makes me a soft target. And I kind of felt like, checkmate. They got me. I'm going to shut up. I'm not going to say much. I'm not going to do much. I'm not going to say anything. I'm not going to, but it just goes to show you that they know. And I'm not a person of great means, or I'm retired. I retired early. I live a comfortable life, but it's not anything extravagant by no means. And by the way, talking about the DSM, that kind of thing brings me back to my point of my wife. My wife doesn't share these same feelings. She's a mental health clinician, and she was in Iraq and spent tours over there as a combat medic, and didn't come back the same with PTSD. And later now, cancer and that battle last year, and the VA is like, oh yeah, you served in Iraq, and no question asked. Here's your full disability. Yeah, your cancer was probably related to the burn pits in Iraq or whatever. No questions asked. And yeah, so damn right, I'm pissed at the government and how it's wrecked lives and family and murdered and killed people around the world. And so I felt like better just shut up and step out of the way and let the chips fall and protect my family and my wife's side of the family. I'm kind of the patriarch of the family, and I felt like who's it? They have their own journeys to go through and their own decision points and their trust level in their government, and it's not for me to force that upon them or short circuit their careers, even though I don't agree with it. It's not for me to interrupt their lives, or have an impact on my granddaughter's life, and her future. So yeah, I was a soft target, as was my family. It's an easy way to shut me up. I just thought you know. So that's how it went down, Aaron. That's essentially what I was telling the folks on World Blockchain Roundtable today. But they mentioned crypto, by the way, too, and shortly after that, I did receive a letter from the IRS. I don't know if that's related or not, but there you have it.
Really?
Yeah, there you have it. So, Lisa on the World Blockchain Roundtable, she mentioned it after the show. She said, "Right, you know, you're probably sitting there thinking, and who do I go to? Are the courts? You know, look at Roman Storm, look at Veer, look at all of them. Look at, you know, Ian Freeman. They're all, you know, it's an unfair court. You know, who you go to? You're guilty as charged until proven innocent. It's supposed to be the other way around. There is no law." And I'm such a small fry, but I think after the words and after I thought about it, it's just my family members that are involved in the military at different levels or through contract work that probably had to follow up, you know, oh wow. So it's like I'm tainted now. I don't want to even be around family because I feel like maybe I'm damaged goods, shall we say, because I've spoken up or said something in a tweet, you know, an X post or what have you. So, and it's not even very much. I don't even have that large of a following. I've never been a social media person. So,
Wow.
I think that's what it was. I think it's just because of my family members, and I live in a military city. With an Air Force base and an Army base, and then it's actually San Antonio, Texas. We have 2 Air Force bases, and practically in the flight path of one of them. And so there it is, Aaron. That's why I went kind of dark, and still feel that even having this conversation like I did with World Blockchain Roundtable today is probably still not the right thing to do. For my family, you know, and at least I'm not angered by it as much, so I can talk rationally about it.
Yeah, I mean, that's a tough one because I mean, again, that they win. This is the issue that I have with the Roger situation is that they wanted to have a chilling effect, and that is what they're trying to accomplish. They don't want people discussing the truth, or you know, and ironically, in all of these cases, it's actually promoting actual American values, right? I mean, you know, Ian and Roger and Roman, these weren't people doing things that were actually even illegal.
Right.
If anything, they're things that should have been deemed patriotic, and so the reason that they were targeted is because they were successful at it, and they wanted to have a chilling effect, which is why, to me, it's extra important to, you know, to make sure.
Yeah. You know, I walk my dogs in. I got a nice area. I can walk on trails, and I walk my dogs in the morning, and you know, the flowers and the birds and the deer and everything else, and it's just like so stale to me now. It doesn't, you know, the beauty of nature doesn't move me at all. I tried to stop even watching news or anything just to try to reground myself and, you know, listen to music, you know, instrumental music without lyrics, and it doesn't reach my heart or my soul. I don't know. I think it's just a form of depression again, but that's something that I can't have a conversation with my wife. She's just not there yet. She still trusts her government to a degree, or doesn't want to accept it. And being a mental health clinician and DSM and all that, I know this very well. Oh, and by the way, gentlemen, yes, I grew up in a time when in in elementary and middle school, there was a paddle with holes in it hanging up next to the blackboard.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, me
And,
too. I was recollecting that. And again, that's one of those things where you think about it and it's like, wow, okay, this we really it's funny. The main one of the main themes tonight was and it was the most viral tweet I've ever had. Americans are the most brainwashed people on the planet, and I think that it's true. And the question
absolutely.
is, how do we get people? I don't have the answer for this. How do we get people to wake up to this? Because it's so, and I measure it as we're the most delusional about the delta between what we think we are versus what we actually are. That's greater than I think any nation on earth. Somebody will say to me, well,
Right.
you know, Canada is the worst. They're the most brainwashed, but they're not. Canadians don't think that they're the, you know, moral force and the police force for the world or any of these other things. Like, we really believe these things that when you examine them, they're factually untrue. And I think,
Right.
and it is, I'll tell you, it's the last, because it's been a few months, but the last few months, as I've done some traveling that I didn't think I was going to do, but as I've been talking to people, I'm like, yeah, this is a pretty difficult problem because the brainwashing is bad, and the people in charge politically, and even the technocrats kind of pushing the strings, they know we're at the end game. So they're actually using propaganda to get people to rally around the idea that we're protecting and saving something that's great, when in reality, they know the things about the collapse and they're putting in surveillance to handle the fallout. And
Right.
that's what's, but it's hard to overcome. I like with the Genius Act, and people say to me, well, why didn't you testify or anything else? It's like this, because they're not interested in any of the factual information about this. I mean, these people are pushing somebody else's agenda. They don't even understand it. But when you get this many layers removed, I don't know if you heard the part where, I mean, I did a I spent 3 or 4 hours doing an interview back and forth for a somewhat mainstream publication. It's more kind of tabloid, less, it's not like a financial press, but it will reach a lot of people. And it was just 4 hours to go through to try to clarify, you know, like Lutnick's role in,
Right.
and what all of it means. And I'm sitting here saying, and as you know, I've been actually saying this since the beginning of the year, how is this not the Big Short 2.0? How is this not a bigger scandal than anything under Clinton or Bush or Obama or Biden? This idea that the guy is, you know, investing in a company and, you know, saying he's going to back these stable coins, and then putting himself in a position where he's trying to become the Treasury Secretary. It's insane.
Yeah, it is.
But going through this conversation for 4 hours, I don't even know if the article will pass legal muster. I mean, we've been going through this and like wordsmithing these points, because I'm like, no, I can't leave that out. I understand that it can't be like, you know, a 5,000 word essay, but if you leave out the essence of the point, which is that essentially this is a digital dollar, and they're really popular, and so they're going to pass backdoor legislation that benefits the Commerce Secretary's firm. He will basically control all of the assets backing the digital dollar, and he will make a profit off of it, all of it. That is ridiculous. And so, yeah.
Yeah, and then his role in Tether is a giant red flag right there too.
So I've been thinking about this, to your point about, well, so people aren't at the same point along the journey, and I've had other conversations with people about this, where it's like, well, people will get there when they get there, but wait a minute.
No, they won't.
If we're all being programmed, if we're basically we have all these external sources trying to program us, then the idea that people are going to realize this and kind of remove uninstall the viruses themselves doesn't make sense, because it's not like they're in a position of status. They're being actively bombarded with propaganda and control from multiple third parties. So being passive about it isn't really a workable strategy. I think the issue is that the whole point is to try to help people reclaim their free will. So you don't want to change necessarily what they think or how they would ultimately choose to exercise their free will, but to make them aware that they have free will and that they've essentially given it up. That requires, to me, almost more. I'm increasingly of the opinion more shock therapy than I would have liked. Right? You would like that people would stumble into it, but that's actually unreasonable when you consider what's going on. And this even relates to this idea of, Bitcoin was hijacked, and we know how, but knowing how doesn't necessarily give us the ability to prevent it from happening again. The same technique
Right.
could be used again. So,
Or maybe they've already thought through another technique. You just don't know. But no, it's called political awareness. And Scott Adams did a thing about it, 5 levels of political awareness. It really essentially comes down to where do you get your information, and the Gallman effect as well. But and in my family, I can point to, one who certainly leans left and an academic, and I think his only plug-in is to NPR, and whatever NPR says, it's true. And the other side of it is I got another family member who is just solidly plugged into Fox News and really rarely branches out from beyond that, and everything Fox says is true. So the two of them are at the others would say they're at the exact opposite, when in fact they're still getting the same information. Just it's spun a little differently, and they're being controlled. It's a mind game, and they don't know it. They're being brainwashed. Essentially, it's like MK Ultra through the airways, or through their phone, and they don't need to use any kind of drugs, or maybe it's a blue screen helps, but they don't need. They can control and manipulate the population and the masses that way. That's really what it comes down to. And it's levels of political awareness. That's where you're at on your journey by how much information you get. We all started at level 1, and some of us went beyond that. We're all in our different journey. It doesn't mean that one individual versus another has a greater intellect or can reason better than the other or can see patterns better than the other. It's at what priority do they want to dig deeper into a particular story or have the time to? And many don't have that luxury of time. They're busy chasing the dollar to put food on the table and keep a roof over their head. But I think that's what it really comes down to. And there are individuals that will never be able to adopt and understand the new ways of thinking, or they don't look at at the U.S. from the outside in, because they think, like you said, Aaron, they believe that we are the best country. We are the most sound, morally, in the high ground. But other countries around the world certainly don't feel that way. Even some that we would call our allies, or but we think that, or many Americans feel that way. A, because they don't travel, abroad. B, they don't get information outside of their own plug-in sources or from external sources outside of the country. So they don't search that out and learn. And so in a sense, yes, there's no hope that we're going to be able to change this in one respect, and unless it all comes crashing down for one reason or another. Solar CME, or if it's a financial crash, but then what does that vacuum bring?
Well, again, I don't think that there's no hope. I think there is hope, but this is why I'm pushing these things in these 3 buckets. Educating people about technocracy, which almost no one understands.
No.
And because, again, where is technocracy is not taught in any class. It's probably not in any, even in college, it's probably not even discussed. So where are you going to find out about this information? There are very few sources. I'm actually glad I'm going to be doing might turn out to be a monthly roundtable with Patrick Wood and and some others
Nice.
on this. But the whole point is, I think if the more people, again, we have adoption curves and everything else. There's no expectation that anything hits mass adoption right away. But, the truth is this country was able to be founded, which was a long shot. Think about the long shot that this country
5,000 year leap. It was a 5,000 year leap.
Right.
Described.
So there's no, so it's not, it is not impossible, but it's also not something that's going to happen. I heard G. Edward Griffin say that it was really more 0.5% that influenced 1% that influenced 3%. Not some people say it was 3%, but he's like, it actually worked in a slightly different way. And he actually has a little book that he's written called Crossing the Chasm, or something about the chasm, which is, there's another business book called Crossing the Chasm that actually talks about adoption curves. I think it's the same concept. In fact, I'm sure it stems.
I think I remember you talking about that before, and you showed that chart from early adapters and et cetera. I think you remember talking about that.
But I thought it was interesting that G. Edward Griffin has also made that same analogy. So it is possible, but it's the part that that worries me is that technocracy really is the end of free will. So then it becomes, then nobody has a journey. Once you get to that point, then it ceases to be, there ceases to be free will. So it's kind of educate people on technocracy, help people to unplug. And I was actually going to reach out to you to see if you wanted to participate in the thing to help try to drive that along. Because
I actually, when I was trying to avoid watching the news, so I was diving into the theory of post-labor economics, where we're not transferring our time or labor for wages anymore. As AI and automation progresses, we will have fewer and fewer jobs. And it's not that new jobs, new careers won't be created. They just aren't being created fast enough for especially the white collar jobs that are being displaced at a rapid pace. And so I was looking at post-labor economy. There's a gentleman who really seems to be at the forefront on this theory and this idea, and he talks about technocracy, and his name is David Shapiro, and I encourage you to look at his channel. He's got just an 8-minute video on what post-labor economics is, but he did I think it's a 5-part lecture series about the idea that we are at the cusp of maybe, who knows, maybe it's 2030, 2040, 2045, where most jobs could be replaced by automation. Well, that's how we identify ourselves. I'm a blacksmith, I'm a plumber, I'm a whatever, and we have been that way for over 100 years. But the concept of retirement was relatively new. The concept of doing anything else other than trading labor, for money, for wages, to then go buy our food rather than being farmers, and moving to the cities, it's relatively new for humanity. And he seems to believe that, AI is neutral. It's just another technical tool, but it could be used for good or it could be used for bad. And we got to get ahead of the curve so that the elite few don't turn this world into a technocracy with tyranny attached to it. And like you said, the loss of free will. So we do have an opportunity, and it's a heavy lift, but it's not an impossible lift. And to be honest with you, Aaron, that's where my hope lies now. We're not going to vote our way out of this problem. And we could see a giant devaluation in what we need to consume if the labor isn't required anymore to produce these items. A home that's built requires 40-50% of the cost is labor, human labor. Well, if that is eventually replaced would not the home theoretically come down at least, 25, 30, maybe 50% in its cost? And that goes, on and on and on. So we have to look at how do we change our income streams from trading time and labor for wages into, is it going to be transfer payments and just UBI and from the government? Well, we know that's not going to work. There, at best, at the very best, it could be maybe a safety net from different levels of government, but it's not a solution by all means. The numbers just don't add up. So we have to look at ownership and dividend payments and ownership of various property types, a universal world fund, shall we say. And as the a child that's being born, is given I don't know, $1,000 in treasuries or bonds that are tied into the S&P 500. I'm just picking something randomly, but then at 18, they can't sell them. They can only receive the dividend payment from that. And that would essentially replace UBI, if you will. These are the kinds of concepts and ideas that are being talked about now and discussed, because when too many people lose their job, and this is how they identify themselves as we as humans, as our purpose in life, it's a giant change. It's a radical paradigm shift, but it's also an opportunity. So long as the elites don't, take control of all the property and leave us with nothing. And so we have a golden opportunity here. Maybe.
Well, we have a golden opportunity, although I would say that yes, we identify ourselves with our position as a cog in the economic wheel, but there is also the argument that, the efficiency gains could be so much that we don't have to work. And in all honesty, our belief that our purpose is tied to being a cog in an economic wheel is actually is not necessarily a positive, a positive one. So we've lost any kind of curiosity for who we are and why we're here. Like and we've used through externalization to various organizations and entities, we've outsourced even thinking about that. So we've blunted our curiosity so that we can just be these cogs in an economic wheel. But the issue with these things is, and I'm looking at Shapiro's thing now. I've just signed up for his thing, but I've heard about Altman and kind of some of his views on this, and the problem is that yes, there is an opportunity, but the technocrats have a view of this that is not compatible with any of the things that you just said.
Agreed. I agree.
And so the issue with this is, this is this whole kind of, we have to wake as many people up as quickly as we possibly can, because we actually have a threat, and we have a threat that's actually literally going right to the heart of free will. At least that's how I see it. And again, tracking whether it's Musk, and it's even more interesting now, I think, looking into the China aspect of things, because most people think that the technocracy would be, Peter Thiel and Elon Musk are not really necessarily that big of a deal in terms of the overall technocracy. Like I said, I'm putting a theory in place that research is tending to validate, which is that Musk just steals ideas from the Chinese and then doesn't actually execute them that well, because people just aren't looking at what's going on in China. Tesla, SpaceX, Neuralink, everything that he's come up with, X is the Everything app, was developed earlier in China.
WeChat, yeah, that's correct.
And so, so the question is, so this is the point. This is why I had Mike on today, but we can build these decentralized alternatives, and as to how to make money, this is one of the things that I'm adding into the workshops. Is I'm going to create a bunch of these kind of business plans, maybe even prototypes, and maybe even do an incubator. There's, you know, the limitation is time, but you know,
Sure.
somebody says, well, how am I going to make a living? You know,
That's the point right there.
Yeah, and the point is literally everything that they're building and tokenizing centrally, everything can be recreated privately. There's more economic opportunity in creating private decentralized systems than like that I've ever seen in anything else. But what I want to do is, but people have a hard time visualizing that. So I'm like, okay, well, you could build a marketplace for healthcare. You could build a marketplace that does this. You could, you know, whatever. Patrick Byrne identified 160 of these ideas of tokenization business models, and I at various points have come up with these. So it's like, you know, there are definitely ideas and things that can be built, and there are, you know, all kinds of different ways that you can use AI. But if we just have to make sure that we're evaluating what we're doing in the context of and the understanding of that there are people pushing a technocratic agenda that's well funded. It's kind of like I say all the time, the problem with crypto is that people in crypto are competing against other people in crypto, and it doesn't matter. Collectively, all of crypto combined is getting its ass kicked. And so it's useless to sit there and say, oh, well, you know, no one of these coins is going to be the one. But even to sit there and to try to make it a turf war thing within crypto and not understand what's going on in traditional finance or with stable coins or with CBDCs has probably been the biggest blind spot for the entirety of the space.
For sure.
Followed up by the desire for acceptance and the willingness to compromise what the technology was supposed to be about, to have a seat at the table with these people. That's been another disappointment. But the opportunities are absolutely incredible. And that's one of the things that I want to work into the workshops and into this. You know, the revolution will be tokenized.
And that's where I was, like I said, I was spending my time the last 5-6 weeks digging into that scenario. Okay, I lost my job to AI, now what? And that is because the unemployment numbers, which again, we can't trust what the government reports, but they are going to get to a point, it's a breaking point. And, you know, the federal government is going to lose control because too many people are going to lose their jobs. The question is the first people in that list are going to be the white collar jobs, or those that they call it, you know, what is it, KVM or keyboard, video, mouse jobs. Those are the first that are to go. And are they going to go into the streets and riot? And the concept and the idea that you're going to be able to fight this from a labor perspective is not going to happen, because it's about the automation being faster, cheaper, safer, better. You can't compete against that, especially in a global economy. So labor bargaining, you know, is going to lose its, and it has, you know, over time, but it's going to lose even more because there's going to be fewer people that are still going to be working. That's what so we're going to be able to get the attention of those folks that are on the cusp of losing their jobs, starting to concern or worried about losing their jobs to AI, and they're going to rise up against the machine that's replacing them. And that happened way back in the 1880s with the railroads, when they no longer needed switchmen to switch the trains on the tracks. It became a little bit more automated, and there's big layoffs, massive layoffs in the railroad industry, and then it turned into being violent. And this is one of the first times that our president used the federal troops against citizens, and he used the idea of the Commerce Act, that it was, you know, it was an attack on the economy, which was an attack on everybody. So these things are going to play out again. History rhymes, and it's going to play out again when people start losing their jobs. They're going to be rising up and asking for questions, and something's going to have to step in to keep the peace. But those folks that are feeling that pain or that concern, or that worry, or it's not, it's a different type of depression, shall we say, economic depression. It's going to be different because who knows what they're going to do. And so therefore, they're going to have an ear to the ground. They're going to want to listen to solutions. And that's actually where, we can provide, we can call it for what it is. Yeah, we don't want these technocrats to take over. They're going to listen to that message, but we also have to be able to provide solutions, and we can. I think blockchain's a part of that. David Shapiro talks about that, and government regulations is in the way for some of that. Like you said, Patrick Burns talking about the different tokenization of different businesses. You're absolutely right. He's right. And government's going to have to get out of the way. But it comes back to free men don't ask for permission, and play things like Xano. Just do it anyway. Do it on the private side. Start earning, multiple flows of residual income. Maybe private residual income is an amazing thought or concept. Back to how it used to be, right? But it's an amazing concept that I can start receiving without taxation 100% of an income from a private source through private tokens, private tokenization, which would be ownership. Example, bad example maybe, but is like the robo-taxi that Elon is trying to roll out. That's going to undercut all the Uber drivers, and but who's to say that a group of people couldn't put it together, as a co-op ownership in a robo-taxi for 30 grand that's going to generate, I don't know, 50, 60 grand after expenses and dividend payments coming in weekly, monthly, to everybody that invested in one robo-taxi and had shared ownership without any pre-qualifications of the investor. That's another thing that's got to go away. So there's opportunity, and people might push back enough and fight for a form of income and that's available to them because they're how they identified themselves as whatever, an analyst, school teacher, whatever, was lost to AI and automation. And they're going to blame the machines, and they're going to blame those who control the machines, the technocrats. And that's how we beat them, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean,
it's
again,
getting late for you.
Well, no, I was going to say we have to move. We have to move so much faster than this, though, because again, everything that's going on is everything is being centralized, right? So what's going? I like your idea, but what's actually more likely to happen is Elon's. There's going to be one or two players because unfortunately, what's happened with big tech is that it's been kind of a winner take all.
Sure.
And that's certainly, and it's not helped by the U.S. policies on either digital assets or on AI, which promotes further centralization and further rewards the largest players. So the thing is now what I do worry about though in the scenario is what are people going to do when they lose their job? Well, if they're offered UBI, they're probably going to take it. I mean, is their sense of identity for work going to be greater than their willingness to turn down free money?
Well, they're going to take free money just because that's how that's the only place that they're going to be able to get money for food. That's what it's going to come down to eventually, or to certain pockets of population for certain industry. It's ironic that the blue collar worker will be the last one working.
I don't know if that's true either. So I've spent time researching. I mean, if you look at how robotics is evolving, in fact, I even showed is the video clip. I mean, they're training the robots on how to mimic motion. They're already doing this. They have factories in China that are already completely 100% robotic already. And we're used to seeing like Boston Dynamics or a couple of things and, oh, wow, this is great. Here's iRobot and here's this next thing. You should research what they already have going on in China. I mean, it's not hard once you put a humanoid robot and you put Grok 4 into it. It's not like that can do plumbing. That can do electrical work. In fact, it can do it a lot easier than a person. You don't have to deal with health insurance or anything else. In fact, the amount of money you could even afford to invest in a robot to do those kinds of functions is actually pretty high given the costs. So I think everything's going to be replaced at a pretty fast clip because we think about what is it, Anduril, and there are a handful of robotics companies here, but we're losing.
Okay.
We're losing to China in robotics.
Right. There is what's his name? Peter Diamandidis or something, the X Prize guy.
Yep.
Okay, well, this past week he had, I can't remember his name. I'm horrible with names. Imad. He started one of the AIs. There was a panel of 4 of them in this past week. Anyway, he says that AI will end capitalism. And he's working on a white paper that would allow AI it's kind of interesting. He's using blockchain as well, but he's trying to position, and I haven't read his white paper yet, but you'll recognize his face in his conversation when you see it. But he's basically stating that we need these super master nodes, shall we say, in each nation that can be privately owned and share owned, as a co-op, shall we say, and it become decentralized. So it doesn't matter if the country is for it or not for it. People are going to want to access it. One of them was something that would actually compete with your interview today. Your what's his name? He's also here in Texas.
Mike Adams.
Mike Adams, thank you. Which was on the healthcare side of things. But he's saying that it would be like a centralized. I'm butchering this, but all the different AIs would feed into this one centralized access point. So you would hit that access point and then jump into Grok or jump into ChatGPT or whatever, as I'm gathering. And that central point, shall we say, is actually still distributed and decentralized and has shared ownership amongst humanity, if you will. And he says that's a way to fight against too few being able to decide how AI is implemented and what it's used for. It's kind of a grandiose idea, but it's something to look at, poke holes in it, and learn from it. He's certainly in the know. He would be considered one of those at the top as well, but I think that he's trying to keep the peace. Because who's to say that the psyche of the blue-collar worker isn't going to be more violent than the white-collar worker who loses their job? I don't know, but that's how I see it playing out.
I mean, whatever. It's hard to say for sure how it's going to play out, but I certainly see a lot of apathy, and I think people have become so dependent. I mean, this is another one of those.
Yeah.
If you take a look at, how many people are already on government benefits at this point in time. I mean, how many actual workers are there versus people pulling money from the system? Like, I don't know. I guess after COVID, I'm so skeptical of resistance. This is why it's, again, we still have to build this stuff, and we have to build it with innovators, and we have to do it really fast. Any of these solutions that are centralized or that even have groups of people coming up with centralized stuff is going to be, you know, like even as you described it, somebody who's trying to keep the peace, that's probably not going to be,
or maintain power, their
yeah,
positions of power. They're going to force peace.
right, exactly. I mean, but I mean, I think that if you look at what's actually happening, I'm sure there are some ideas that could work, but what's actually happening is just straight technocracy. And I mean, at this point now, with America's party, the election is pretty much all but decided. And I've said this before. I suspect we're going to get UBI under Trump. Did you see this latest proposal to take tariffs and give, you know, Americans, what is it, $600? I can't remember what the amount is, but
Yeah, that was actually something that was hinted about in Trump's Mar-a-Lago Accords, if I'm not mistaken, and the tokenization of the U.S. assets. And there you go. There's Lipnick or whatever is all over that as well. You know, selling off American assets to private corporations, and then as far as for tokens and some kind of dividend payment plan idea. But you and I and many of us here are extremely skeptical of any kind of centralized system that's going to properly distribute these tokens to everybody. I don't think I believe it even if I saw it. But yeah, you're right. It's in the UBI at this point, at this time that Trump mentions, it's just a payoff. It's to keep the peace. It's a payoff to maintain a position of power for 2028 for his goons.
yeah, this is literally all this is. I mean, again, we're already at the state of collapse. People know we're at the state of collapse. It's, can we con people and fool people long enough and then hope that something like AI comes in and creates the productivity boom? That is actually what is going on right now and that's why our people are being cracked down on, because they need everybody to believe in this. Anybody if you're speaking the truth about the fact that this is a clear and blatant Ponzi scheme, right? No one wants to buy our debt, so we're going to capture successful private stable coins, force them to be backed by treasuries, and use that to sell treasuries, right? They're packaging it as we're maintaining America, you know, America's leading the charge and global reserve currency and all of that, but it's a complete act of desperation. And alongside that is shutting down money and things that can work outside of the system that don't require government or the central bank. That is that is part of why the political prisoners that are still political prisoners are political prisoners, but they know that it's about up. And with you know, one thing that, if I could find time, but I'd use AI to do it, is, you know, we talk about these click wrap agreements, but I am increasingly of the opinion, the reason that I said that I did this section on Americans are the most brainwashed people, I think if you look at these click wrap agreements, you'll find we've given away 90% of everything already contractually.
Right.
And we have no idea that we've done it, but we've given away our rights. We've given away our economic ownership. We've given away our privacy. And then through other things that have happened. So, I mean, things like the Great Taking or whatever, I mean, this stuff's already baked in. Now, I would argue that it's not, that the entire system is fraudulent, that if we live in a society where you have to read legal agreements an hour a day, 365 days a year that are in legalese, that is a system that is designed, that's fraud, that isn't actually consent.
Right.
But I think that there's probably a way to use AI. I'd like to paint this situation. What's the average person in terms of their 401k and all the stuff that they sign up for? And it's like, hey, you know, you don't own the money in your bank account. You don't have the voting rights for these financial instruments. If there's a collapse, you don't own the economic instrument, and go on and on and on down the line. And then find out that, you know, this relates to this idea that people think they live in the greatest country in the world, and they don't realize that they've already given everything away. And in many cases, I actually think we're worse than China. The example that I use is the tax code. China has a social credit system, so do we. It's just that we don't have an app and we don't know what the rules are. We have no transparency. But we actually we have more harsh penalties. The penalties here are, here's 16 million words, 75,000 pages, and if you get it wrong, you go to jail because we don't have an app for you. And so Americans sit here and say, well, we're free. At least we're not like communist China, which is what all these members of Congress were standing up there saying. At least we're not like, we don't want to become like communist China. We don't want to have financial surveillance like communist China. I'm listening to this come out of the mouth of a guy that reauthorized the Patriot Act and signed up for the CARES Act, right? And the thing is, I think it's completely conceivable that this guy doesn't even know what he signed. He doesn't even realize he was responsible for financial surveillance. That's how stupid and broken the system is. Mm-hmm. So, trying to make these tools available. I mean, I know you're right. It's hard for people. People think that they can't spend time on this. That's also false. True. So that is this is the biggest myth of all of this. It's like the myth of people saying, well, I took the shot so I could keep my job. No, once you let go of your narrow view that, again, what you know, you don't know, what you know, you don't know, and what you don't know, you don't know. Once you let go of the fact that everything is not just this very small sliver of what you know, then there's actually unlimited possibility. But as long as you hold on to that narrow worldview, then yeah, you're going to feel like you have no choice. But there's always choice. That's the thing that I think that second part of the thing that I want to work on with this autonomy thing is to make people aware of the fact that they do have free will and that they are not constrained by their programming.
Right.
That they let go of that programming. That is the most critical part of being able to defeat technocracy, because the technocracy thing itself is the battle over free will. You can create economic systems. But it will be a lot easier to create alternative economic systems if people understand that there's unlimited possibility out there and they're not limited by their programming, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. It is getting a little bit late. But
it is.
But at the same time, like it's. I'll watch some of this Shapiro stuff. I already subscribed to it, but I guess the thing that I keep on, what I've become frustrated with is we're losing faster than we can possibly imagine, and people have zero sense of urgency.
Oh, well, agreed. I think they have zero sense of urgency because everything is still handed to them. But when you start looking at some of real numbers, and wow, I don't want to sound like a bleeding heart liberal or communist, but at all. But when you start looking at people who are living out of their vehicles, because they're forced, just because of the cost of housing, the cost of food, wages haven't kept up with inflation. It's kind of a tinderbox, and it's harder and harder for people to make a living at a level that can be maintained to still have some kind of, decency. Look at what it would cost to live in San Francisco or the Northeast where you're at, right? It's much different than, say, in the Midwest, but it's all relative to what your wages are at those locations. But it's not the same as it used to be, and that's part of that tinderbox. And like you mentioned too, all these agreements, and everything is now rented. At least you don't own anything, all the way down to your cell phone, right? And then the other point, it's getting late, especially for you, Aaron. I appreciate this time, but the other thing I want to point out is what's happening in Canada with Alberta and separating from Canada, becoming its own nation state. That's going to create a bigger spark as well. You never know, the Texit movement might gain more momentum or steam, or the Jefferson Project in Northern California or Eastern Oregon, etc. These kinds of things, and then you throw in that economic, hardships with wages not keeping up with inflation. those in power might be facing a harder sell, or maybe they're going to start using, a gun to keep the peace, shall we say?
Well, they are.
Force.
They are. This is why.
Well, they are.
This is
They
why
are economically, but I'm
well,
talking.
no, no,
I'm
no, no,
talking.
no, no, no. No,
Kinetically.
$150 billion under the one big beautiful bill for militarization of police and for AI surveillance. And we've just implemented a digital ID. This is why when I say it's urgent, what they've added in the last 6 months are things to be able to control our money, control, add surveillance, and then now add more militarization of police. We don't need all that militarization about protecting the border. They're going to turn that on us. Look, COVID. People think that we beat COVID or something. COVID was just one more test case where we added contact tracing. None of the surveillance that was added from COVID was retracted, and so yeah, they're fully aware of the fact that there very well could be some kind of rebellion. But the truth is, I've seen enough of these. Look at these robot dogs.
Oh, I know. Aren't they scary? Oh,
I
Aaron,
mean,
I've been looking at that stuff too, and what they're doing in China. And people laugh at them playing soccer, but you don't realize, 6 months ago, a year ago, that was almost thought to be impossible.
Yep. Yeah. No, that was thought to be impossible. Now I've seen a series of videos on all kinds of complex tasks that are being done. I mean, everything from dancing to running to being able to have enough ability to pick up a grape without crushing it and everything else. And now they've been able to integrate these AIs. You throw Grok into something like that, and so again,
are you familiar with Grok Heavy and what its capabilities are?
Yeah,
Grok
I have.
Heavy is $300 a month, but it's the equivalent of a high-level PhD in almost every field of science at your fingertips.
I'm using it. It's part of what I've been using to compile information. Like right now, as we've been talking, you were talking about people living out of cars. I'm like, well, what has been the rate of
van life?
What's been the rate of homelessness in the U.S. since 1980 until today? And sure enough, I mean, we're the highest we've been since 2007. And in 1980 we were at 0.11% homeless, and now we're at 0.23% homeless. And that's 2024. So yeah, it's getting worse. So yeah, I mean, these are.
But then now ask van life. How many people estimate are van lifers living out of a van or an RV? That they don't classify themselves homeless. They're just living out of called van life. It's a hard. I'm just curious to see what it says, because that's another part of the population that is not living in a traditional home or apartment.
Yeah, but those people, because I have a friend of mine that did that, and he actually has 2 kids, and he and his wife got an RV, and they've been for 2 years. They've been going around the country, and he has kids that are younger than mine. But I wouldn't consider that fact to be an indicator of any kind of uprising per se. I mean, although unless you have a different, I don't know that much about it. I guess this says 3.1 million people in the U.S. were living in vans or other motorized vehicles. This was 2022, 63% increase from 1.9 million in 2020, driven by remote work, economic pressures, and the van life trend. So,
right. So it's kind of all rolled into one. And those who want to give up van life and move back into some kind of traditional apartment or home, the cost, they've definitely been priced out of it, unless they were able to save a lot of money while they were doing their van life. And it's just part of that figure that's interesting statistic or tidbit that probably doesn't get counted correctly. This is what I guess my point I'm trying to illustrate.
All right. Well, wow. It was great to talk to you. I hope you do get back into it at some level.
Yeah. I'm still debating about it. I just don't, I guess I have to be careful what I say now. That's how I look at it. for my
Yep.
family.
Yep.
And then I feel like
All right,
it's
well-
losing. You know, it's like checkmate, defeated per se. So, life
All right,
marches
well-
on.
Well, hopefully it's not checkmate. I still have some hope here.
Aaron, this has been fantastic and amazing 5 hours for you in 21 minutes. Thank you so much for all that you do. I appreciate it. And I've really enjoyed tonight's conversation. I was able to listen to it also at 3x speed, 2.5x speed to catch up. And thank you for having me on.
I'm glad. I thank you for coming on. Thank you for sharing the story and for all of the wonderful conversation. And I do hope there's more in the future.
Yeah, absolutely. All right.
All right.
Thanks
Have a
again,
good night.
Aaron.
Yep,
You too.
bye.
Good night.